T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
You are now tapped into the coolest reptile podcast in the world. Happy Trapsgiving 2023, all my lovely trappers. Third annual Trapsgiving, man. What is good? I am so stoked to be here tonight. Hope you guys are ready. I don't even know how to handle this. Just kidding. I know how to handle it. We're going to fucking kill it tonight, man. Such a legendary lineup for tonight's Chondro Trapsgiving. That's right. Tonight's dedicated to all my Chondro lovers out there. Only because it's not easy sometimes. We all know that. So either way, man, this is from me to you guys, because these are some of the best I've ever brought to this podcast regarding Chondro content. All right. It's going to be on heavy as far as Chondro content goes. I'm going to introduce my co-host for tonight, because it's really about him tonight and all the many other heavy hitting guests that we brought on. But if this is your first time hanging out, man, what is good? Listen, I'm excited. I'm your boy MJ. How's everyone doing out there? If this is your first time hanging out with us tonight for some reason, no worries. It's all good. Welcome to Trapsgiving, man. This is the annual show that I do once a year. But yeah, man, if you're into keeping reptiles, if you're into breeding them or just simply admiring them, this is a channel to be subscribing to. So hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, select all. You'll be on top of every single podcast I drop here. And if you're not a YouTube person, you can listen to this podcast on any major audio platform. Buzzsprout, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, all the major platforms. Make sure you rate, review, and subscribe to no matter where you listen to Trap Talk. Thank you to all my viewers, all my love and support. Thank you to the 9 new Trap Talk Patreon members who just joined the Patreon family within the last couple of weeks. Thank you so much. But if you out there are looking to tap in more than what you see here, if you want to get more behind the scenes, a little bit VIP action, if you want to network yourself with some people who are really doing things the right way, dead-ass serious about that too. I got the heaviest hitters and I got the biggest up-and-coming hitters, a part of the Trap Talk Patreon family. Go down to the very first link in the description below. Click on it. Join the Trap Talk Patreon family. As soon as you join the Patreon family, you get a link to the Discord. We'll tap you in with over 185 trappers that are just active. All right? Instagram, group chat, active, popping, nonstop. Patreon members, you guys are my heart. And you're going to be hearing me talk about Trap Fest 2024 coming up. Man, we're almost at the end of the year. Can you believe it? Either way, trappers, be ready. It's going down. I love you guys. You guys are my heart. Shout out to US ARC. Please support US ARC. If you need any more information about what US ARC is, it's okay. Read up on it. Make a decision. But listen, the best, support US ARC. All right? We need them. They're proven. Phil Goss, hell of a worker, what he does. Either way, thank you so much out there. If you are already a US ARC supporter, you're looking at a gold member channel right here. So yes, again, thank you for being on my side, which is the US ARC side. We're all on the same team. Let's fight for animal rights, and I'll see you at the top. By the way, so stoked. December 9th, I have great news. I'm going to be shouting out on every episode until we get to December 9th. Reptile Breeder Show is going down, thrown by the amazing company Bomb Projects, giving us a show to attend in between Reptile Super Shows. This is something that the Cali side needs. This is epic, and I'm just super excited to see the diversity of reptiles at this show, because it's going to be a lot more than just one-sided when it comes to species of reptiles. And come see for yourself. First and foremost, it's a free show if you do an RSVP. So go to reptilebreedershow.com, hit that RSVP, come in for free, and come hang out and come see who's vending. Come see what it's all about. I know a lot of LA players. Even I know an LA player tapping on this episode tonight. He could probably show up. Shit. You never know. I'm just telling you right now, man. The address is right there on the flyer. But also make sure you go to reptilebreedershow.com for any more information. All right. And it's going to be an awesome time. I'm really excited for KG and D to bring something new to the Cali side of the reptile show, man. And so please come hang out with us. You'll be seeing me there for sure. This Reptile Super Show is sponsored by Ship Your Reptiles, which, what do you know, happens to be a sponsor of tonight's episode. That's right. If you have a reptile that needs to be shipped across the country or even in Canada, you Ship Your Reptiles. The pros, you Ship Your Reptiles. And take that $15 off that next invoice by using promo code TRAPTALK. Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Chad, for being the OGs in the game. The best. The pros, you Ship Your Reptiles. And that's a fact. Do want to also say tonight's episode is brought to you by the man, Gary Shavino, GS Reptiles, who declined to come on tonight's show. I don't know. What are you going to do? He simply declined. And I'm just kidding. No, listen, Gary Shavino is one of the best doing it when it comes to working with multiple species of reptiles, but he has a way of teaching you where it's not boring. I can tell you that much. No clickbait. Everything's real. Mouseman Mark is a real thing. Check him out. But either way, one of my best friends in the game, somebody who's put me on so many different levels as far as knowledge goes. That's this guy right here, Gary Shavino, GS Reptiles. Follow him on Instagram. And like I said, more importantly, subscribe to that YouTube channel. Get him to 10K. GS Reptiles. Appreciate you, Gary. Last but not least, if you got to know what I got behind me stacked up, that's Focus Cube Habitats. #1 PVC built enclosures in the game. Flex in Texas all day, every day. Shout to Steven. Shout to Ashley. Hardest working couple. And that's a fact. Dynamic duo. I don't think anyone can outwork these two. And I've seen it. And I don't think anyone can out-party Ashley, just so you know. She's pretty nuts. Either way, Focus Cube Habitats, you guys are my heart. Thank you so much for making my displays, my background. People think this is fake sometimes. It ain't fake. It ain't fake. You know what I mean? This ain't a green shot. This is real. All right. Early birds, if you're in the chats tonight, all right, because we're making history. If you want to show some love, drop a super chat in the chats. And if you have a certain, man, we're going to be talking about a lot, man. A lot of things going everywhere tonight. All right. It's going to get deep. But if you have an important question, an important topic, you want to show some love, if you think this episode, if you think Trapsgiving is worth a super chat, drop a super chat. Don't be shy with the super chats. And again, if it's a topic or a question that you really need to get answers to, I'm telling you, drop it, and I'll make it a priority, and we'll ask whatever the question is. All right. So early birds, thank you so much for tapping in. I want to say thank you to everyone. I could list out some early birds. I wasn't going to, but man, we have a long. Why not? We got time. We got enough time tonight. We really do. It's gonna be great. DSK Reptiles in the building. What is good? Joshua Stover in the building. What is good? Heathen Hatchery, Trap Talk Patreon member, my guy, the elite. Thank you so much for being here, Brian. Aurelio, what's up, player? Thanks for tapping in. Jaffe, Canada's up and coming chondro keeper right here. Best believe it. He now has a pair, but a pair of some heat, just so you know. Go follow him. Row 5.0, Trap Talk Patreon member, all day, every day. Thank you so much. A clutch to remember. What a name. Such a beautiful name. And he also keeps chondros, so I really hope that name sticks with all your clutches. God bless you. Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. Mark Curry, Reptiles. I know he's excited for tonight. He only cares about chondro content, that's for sure. Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. Brian Letterman in the building. What a guy. Appreciate you so much, player. Meteoric Serpents, my boy JD, Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. So appreciate you so much. Big Mike, 1776 Exotics, Trap Talk Patreon member, the OG. Tyler Willis. What's up, Willis? Damn, Willis. I had to say it. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. All City Serpents. What is good? Trap Talk Patreon member. We got Europe in the building. Norway. Peter Schwartz. My dog. You know it's about to get heavy when you got Europe players in the building. You feel me? Chantel in the building. Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. By the way, Peter's definitely a Trap Talk Patreon member. I'll never forget that, my guy. 217 Pythons. Big Will, Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. The homegirl Autumn, Germany's in the building. Hey, Germany has heat too. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how about some European lines with my man Pedro tonight. Aiden in the building, by the way, Trap Talk Patreon member. Aiden Bradley in the building. Remember that last name, Bradley, the young up and comer right there. Aiden Bradley in the building. Thank you much for being here, buddy. Adler, Serpent Eclipse Reptiles. Appreciate you so much. Trap Talk Patreon member. That's my dog. Father Blue in the building. What's up, player? Thanks for tapping in. Man, Freddie, Morph Valley Reptiles, Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. Thanks for tapping in. Noble Family Geckos, one of the newest Trap Talk Patreon members to hit the scene. So thank you so much for joining the family. Big Billerito Reptiles, my dog, Big E Top G. It's my dog right there. Thanks so much for being here, bro. V Unit Family, Bob Boss. Catfish Slayer. Damn, that's a pretty big catfish, man. Puget Sound, P&W in the building. What's up, players? Thanks for tapping in. Let's see. Chondro Boz in the building. What's up, player? Thanks for being here, dog. Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. Cigar City Exotics in the building. Simone Pierre. That's a sick ass name. I'm not gonna lie. Where are you from, Simon Pierre? Are you from America with that name? Because if so, that is player. Mark Hager in the building. Texas all day, every day. Listen, you can't get that much better than Mark Hager in the live chats right now. So we're gonna cap it at Mark Hager all day, every day. And I want to introduce you to somebody very important. Co-host of tonight's show, Pedro in the building. And I just shocked him right now. Wasn't ready for it. Pedro, what's up, buddy?
Hey man, how are you?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm fine. Pretty excited for tonight's show.
Thanks for being
honestly.
Thanks for being my co-host tonight, buddy.
It's an honor for me. You're welcome.
But really, this is the Pedro and Friends show tonight, man. I am so excited because you have so much you want to kind of get off your chest when it comes to designer talk. Am I right?
Yep.
So we're gonna do a lot of that tonight. You see the lineup that we have. What do you think about the lineup?
You can't choose better than that. It's impossible.
Well, I mean, we worked together. We did. You know, you and I were kind of going back and forth as far as what we can do. And I mean, I guess in a perfect world, there could be a couple more added to this. But holy shit, I think we're already going to break the internet. So what are we going to do? You know what I'm saying? So,
there's 3 or 4 guys that should be here too, but some people have busy lives. So I think we are going to make some amazing stuff tonight, and it's not easy to collect a panel like this. No, it's almost impossible.
No, like you said, people have lives, and here we are. Like your one day off is tomorrow, so we're able to get a Saturday evening with you. Where you're in Portugal, we have 8-hour difference right here. My man Pedro, it's already 10 o'clock at night, but he's ready for this. We've been waiting for this shit for a long time. So if it's okay with you, why don't we get this show started, bro? You ready to bring some of the people on or what? Uh-oh. Did we lose him? Portugal, are you still there? Can you hear me, Portuguese? Are you there?
Now I'm hear you. I lost connection. I don't know why.
What was the last thing you heard me say? Okay, you ready? Are you ready to bring some people on? It's showtime.
Let's go, man. Let's do this.
All right, man. Well, you know what? Let's start this Trapsgiving off in style. Okay, but do what you gotta do to get your mind right. Do what you gotta do to stay hydrated. 2023 Trapsgiving coming at you guys right now. Let's go. Choo! You ready for do more in the future? Trap Talk podcasts?
Yes.
Man.
Only Trap Talk. Exclusive.
Yes.
Exclusive. Oh.
So stop calling us.
Rub the spot, get the club to pop. When I come up with the crop, gotta love it or not. I'm hot from the hop to the rub the spot, get the club to pop. When I come up with the rub the spot, get the club to pop. When I come up with the rub the spot, get the club to pop. When I come up with the rub the spot, get the club to pop. When I come up with everybody, we do it. Everybody, we do it. Do it. Do it.
All right, Pedro, we're live. Episode 414, Trapsgiving, and I'm going to throw a curveball at you. Who we could drop in here first? Patrick! Oh, in the building, only because we don't know when he's going to get a customer. So we got to hurry up and see. What's up, buddy? Look at this. OMG. Do you have notes? Do you have cliff notes ready to go?
Hey. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Hey, don't count me out, buddy.
Yeah, what?
There you go, okay? Patrick, what's up, buddy?
Not a whole lot, man. It's been busy at work today, so I'm hoping that that it'll chill out a little bit this afternoon. so I can spend more time with you guys. So I'm just going to apologize in advance because I may be periodically bailing out to help customers when they come into my shop, because apparently that's what they pay me to do around here. So
no, listen, come in whenever you can. Pedro, just, you know, it means a lot just for you being here tonight. So thank you so much for at least poking your head in. But what do you know about some of the designers that we're going to be talking about tonight? Anything that stands out right off the top of your head?
yeah, before I answer that question, I just have to say that I have to thank you two for bringing me onto this. I love Pedro. Pedro is fucking awesome, but there's so many awesome dudes on here, and it just to be invited to be a part of this it means a lot, man. It's badass.
The honors on our side.
Thank you. My knowledge of designer chondros is actually pretty variable. I know that people consider me to be somebody that knows a lot about lineage. I know a whole lot about some lineages and a little bit about a whole lot of lineages. I don't remember as much as I used to, and I don't study my archives as much as I probably should, because I have access to almost everything that's ever been put on paper or on file regarding chondro lineage. I have basically all of that stored.
I think that all of us sometimes need to go check the archives.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of lineages that you need to go and refresh your memory. It's a must do sometimes.
I mean, but how many guys, how many people can you guys maybe think of that you maybe heard of that were never really the record keeping type? They just did what they did and then just kind of disappeared in the wind. Like there's a lot of that too, right?
There's a lot of those guys, a lot of that. And it's very unfortunate too. There have been some really, really special animals that have come from just guys that did, had one clutch or just a couple of clutches, and some of that stuff was documented and some of it was not. Fortunately, there's a lot of us lineage geeks that took it upon ourselves to maintain that information and document those things, even if the person who actually did it did not keep track of it.
Right. Pedro, I mean, keeping records was something that was just something you were used to from the beginning, or did you just knew you
Yes,
had
I've done that from the beginning. I think I have some print screens from the original pages of Greg Maxwell's web page, and from Signalurp. I have some print screens from that. I think it's important to keep that, because it's the history, it's the legacy that those guys left for us, and I keep that on several discs, and I don't want to lose that.
How do you think they keep records in Colorado?
Is that a joke?
Should we ask someone maybe? Dave D, ladies and gentlemen, what's up, Dave?
Hi guys.
Hey man, how are you?
Dave.
How are you guys doing? I heard Colorado and figured out that was my cue to unmute. So
okay, record keeping, how important that's been and whatnot. I mean, I just was curious, Dave. You a lot of your stuff goes way back, So, what is it with you and record keeping yourself? I mean, was it something that was a go-to right from the beginning, or how do you even look at record keeping as a whole?
Are you talking about lineage or
lineages? Yeah,
lineage. I don't geek out on it as much as some people. I pay closer attention to the look of the parents and their siblings and maybe the grandparents. Beyond that, I don't know how much it really matters, other than it's kind of interesting that we've been keeping these records for so long, and that makes it unique.
Yeah, because I'm curious, is like, obviously this all stems from like a parent in the wild, right? If we kind of go that far deep, but I'm curious about so many of these things that came from wild parents, what those Like what how do they look at? Like how did the parents look like at one point? You know what I'm saying? And even with you, Pedro, with the Mosaic, like I don't know, I'm not too sure what those parents look like. What do those parents look like to make that snake?
They are pretty plain animals. The father of Mosaic is a Highland type animal. It looks like an Arfak animal, and the mother is a regular female with some yellow spots and some black scales. Honestly, looking at the parents, nobody expect to get an animal like that.
And was that a one-off animal? Like, did the parents ever make anything remotely close to that ever again? Or no?
There have been some more animals produced from that line, if you want to call that a line. And some have a cool phenotype, but nothing close to Mosaic. And none of the siblings are quite like Mosaic. Nothing like that.
And like, obviously, just for anyone out here who's listening and like, let's say you're into just keeping ball pythons, like these aren't morphs that we're going to be talking about tonight. These are basically just specific species of these green tree pythons that come from certain areas and certain islands.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, like, Patrick, how much have you studied the right kind of locality crosses to make something remotely like a Mosaic or a sickness or something that Dave makes and shit like that? Like, I'm curious of what those are.
Sure. So before I answer that, I want to say something about that snake specifically, and about the use of the word morph as well. I just want to kind of put something out there to lay the ground for this. Mosaic was in my opinion, maybe Dave or maybe Greg can chime in, or John, somebody, and change my mind about this. But in my opinion, he was the most potent designer chondro ever, by which I mean in his ability to produce extreme offspring no matter what he was paired to. I can't think of another animal that can match that genetically. So that animal is just, it's super, super important. And I think that, a few other people have animals that were his offspring, but Pedro has a bunch of really amazing ones. And in the future, that's going to be another line that is on par with the Calico line as far as its ability to maintain and continue to produce really, really extreme chondros. There's been a bit of a revival in the Calico line recently, and that's largely due to Dave and a TSK and a Christian
and Christian.
Yes,
sure.
Yes, and I think that the Mosaic line stuff is going to be able to do something like that. I also on the subject of the word morph, I know people love to talk shit in the chondro community about using that word and saying that there's no morphs in chondros. First of all, that's utter bullshit. Even if you want to have a strict definition of the term morph and reserve it only for like recessive traits. I mean, there have been.
Are you kidding me? There are morphs. Like, I got
absolutely
yelled. I got bullied in a Facebook post because I mentioned something like morphs and chondros when I was like barely into this, and I got.
We in chondros we only work with selective breed. I think we can. It's not the best way to define things. Morph is not a right way to define what we do with chondros, in my opinion.
I agree with that to a degree, but that's the thing that we have to agree on first, is what the definition of morph is. So first of all, there have been like several albino chondros that have popped up here and there. That's a recessive trait, so those are clearly a morph. And people who are against using the term morph.
Honestly, it's the only morph you can define on chondros.
That's still a morph.
Sure, but if we expand the definition of the term morph beyond just recessive traits, I'll use Mosaic as an example. morph, we use that term because it's essentially short for like morphological variant. It just means that it's an animal that looks different from what that animal is supposed to look like. So if you take two relatively normal looking green tree pythons and you produce an animal like Mosaic out of that, and then Mosaic goes on to show that that trait, that phenotype and those traits are reproducible from his genetics, by my definition, that is absolutely a morph. So I understand why people don't like using that word, because it's with green tree pythons, and I don't understand enough about genetics to understand or describe any of this stuff, but it is in almost all cases way more complicated than just simple recessive traits. And so that's why we don't like using the word morph, because breeding two blue animals together does not get you all blue offspring in almost any case, just as an example. So these things are they're polymorphic and they're extremely variable, and it's hard to pin down the genetics on some of these things. But lemon is an obvious example. Calico is an obvious example. The Mosaic line is an obvious example of where they're reproducible traits.
I want to ask somebody. Why don't we ask this guy? Greg Maxwell, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing?
Hey, everybody.
He's hanging out during halftime right now. He's watching the Ohio State football game. Is that what you're watching? I'm sorry. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's right. Go Bucks.
How you doing, Greg? Thanks for being here tonight, man.
Doing good.
Yeah, we're talking about morphs right now, and Pedro's like, well, that doesn't really make sense to call what we do morphs. But then Patrick's saying, well, it does make sense to kind of more like regularize the word morph in what we do. Where do you sit with that?
Chondro genetics are so weird. And I'm not a geneticist or a scientist. We've always called them morphs since I've worked with them, but there are absolutely certain forms that seem to reproduce consistently genetically, like the lemon trees, the calicos.
So it's kind of just, I mean, I don't know, Pedro. So you don't ever think that could be something we could just start saying and say, fuck it?
Well, honestly, I keep my opinion. In my opinion, a morph need to have a specific background that can be defined with percentages, like a codominance or a recessive, and you can expect a certain percentage of offspring with that kind of phenotype. But it's just my opinion, honestly.
Things like the super red, like what would you consider a super red neonate? Is that something completely different than what we're talking about?
Especially with neonates, I honestly cannot think about the morph to define neonates, because sometimes you have a great looking neonate that turns green, and I think it makes no sense to define a neonate by his looking and calling that a morph. If you permit, I'm going a little bit behind on the conversation about knowing the phenotypes of the lineage more than the grandparents, and they've talked about that. I can give you an example. I produce a blue animal and a high black animal from two green parents, and I just produced that because I know the lineage way back than the grandparents, because specifically I have on both sides of the pedigrees of the parents Mr. Blue Carolina, and at certain point the genetics entwined for some reason, and I get special animals from two green parents. So that's why I think it's pretty important to keep the records and the pedigrees from the past.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Greg. I mean, we were talking a little bit about record keeping, and obviously, you know, we're talking to someone who just wrote the book. By the way, I think all of us have that book right here by us, just so you know. Other than Dave, Dave's too cool. But anyways, I mean, record keeping for you, Greg, that was something obvious from the get go, or did your peers keep records, or how was that like something that you knew you had to do at the beginning stage of all this?
Well, I got a lot of my original founder animals from Trooper Walsh and Eugene Bassett, and they provided data cards with feeding records and all that, but also bloodline pedigrees. And so I was introduced to that concept from the very beginning, and I followed through with that on every animal that I bred. And I think it's quite valuable to have all that information. Yeah.
And the next person we're dropping is definitely someone who's taught me the right habits on keeping records and never being lazy on that aspect. And it's my man right here, Socrates, in the building. With the
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
How you doing?
Thank you for having me and for everyone that's on this podcast today.
Yeah,
Amazing
man.
people.
How you doing, buddy? Good to have you be a part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure.
Yeah, man. So record keeping, Sock, you know, obviously we're designers, one of the biggest things we're gonna be talking about tonight. But for yourself, you know, I felt like you've really helped me kind of get my shit dialed in when it comes to keeping records on certain things. But is that something that's just a part of you as a person of being organized even before the reptiles as far as keeping records go? Or I'm just curious on how that was always something important to what you're doing to today.
I mean, I've always kept the records. Just, you know, if you want to improve on anything in your life, everything has got to be documented. So, I mean, that's with logging my food, my calories, my sleep. I record everything. It's the only way to really. It's same with record keeping. If you want to know about your snake, you got to keep. Oh, you're talking about for lineages.
I mean, yeah, obviously, yeah. I mean, if you could talk about your food intake too, if you want.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like when snakes go to the bathroom or when snakes shed, you know, record all that stuff. Yeah.
Right. You know, but you know, stuff that is also important to what you even do today with the projects you have. I mean, how far back does some of the stuff that you know goes? Like, as far as you know, I know Zeus is a name that I've heard quite a bit, right? And I'm curious, like what stuff other than that do you have that goes that far back? You know.
I believe Rogue, which is the high yellow that Seth Patrick produced, which actually his great grandparents are in the Greg Maxwell book, which I send you all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah. And then I have Shadow and Chaos, which are the snakes I got from Dave D, which are also linked with the same bloodline as Zeus as well, with Mr. Carolina, all that stuff.
So all this really stems from, I mean, obviously there's different branches on this huge tree, but this Carolina snake that we're talking about,
Mr. Blue, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what's the background on that? Who has like the solid information on that snake, or who could talk about that real quick? Like,
about Mr. Blue and Carolina?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Blue is from Timor's Blue Female and Legend. I think Timor's Blue Female goes back to the old Zulish line. And if you want me to be honest, I think all the great blue animals that we have and that we have had came from that old Zulish blood and from a specific sip-to-sip pair. I think Greg Maxwell is pretty used to that lineage, and he worked a lot with that lineage, even with the pepper line.
Right.
And that blood is pretty potent, and I think the blue stuff, the real blue stuff, starts there.
Yeah.
And at what stage did any of you guys start noticing the blue stuff kind of mixing in with like the dark green stuff and getting the more crazier shit versus just like, you know, kind of like how it all started from a high blue snake, but then you just like, you know, you see like Shadow and Chaos, these snakes that Sock has, and it's just a lot more than just blue going on in that snake. There's a bunch of black, all sorts of insane looking shit going on. And this is, you know, we're talking about potent stuff going on in people's snakes. Why not a better time to drop this guy in, John Irby? Shout to John Irby, who's muted.
What's up, John?
Let's see.
Hey, John, how are you, man?
Hey, John.
I'm doing really well. Hey, everybody. And real quick, I just kind of want to echo what everybody else has said. Thanks so much for having me. Just proud to be a part of this group, sitting here with my peers and friends and people I admire and look up to. So I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, this is great, man. And honestly, this is kind of just a really dreamy situation for definitely myself, because I've had all you guys on individually, but this is one powerhouse fucking episode right now. So I appreciate sometimes. But yeah, man, we're talking like, the high blue stuff that eventually became mixed in with a lot of other cool stuff, like the black speckling and whatnot. You have insane stuff going on with your animals, obviously, John.
Thanks, man.
And I kind of, why don't you drop some of the history with your stuff and where a lot of your lineages kind of, stems from?
Well, what's really cool about it is chondros are incredibly variable, right? There's a lot of variability in them, and they're just colorful in nature, and they have all of these beginning colors for us to work with. Like yellow is a naturally occurring thing, and blue is a naturally occurring thing, and so then we were able to find flukes and breed for it and kind of concentrate it and crank it up. So they've got a lot of colorfulness and variability under the hood, so to speak, to work with. So that's good. And then as far as you're saying, you see all this black and stuff, the blue line, it starts, in the Maxwell's calico line, they're all interlocked, you know what I mean? And so sometimes you breed blue line animals and you see calico-like animals pop out, and you can't really go ahead and kind of assign the calico name from it to it, but you can be like, I mean, there it is again. You can say that's that thing popping up a little bit right there. And while you can't call them a calico, you do kind of earmark that animal, and you're like, that'd be a good one to cross back into the calico line, or, kind of set that one aside and maybe steer it in a different direction. And so anyway, the blue line seems to have a lot of propensity toward throwing a lot of melanism. You do see occasional high yellows pop up every once in a while. And you see, calico-like animals. And like, man, Greg mentioned Trooper. Man, I mean, he just, that old yeller blood and all that blue stuff, there are so many lines that really trace their roots back to some of that stuff he was working with, from all of that, red neos that went high yellow. I mean, they were kind of a rare thing, and he was really hit a few of those, and then super blues, and, and then the calico line that Greg cranked it up and really turned it into something special. But, that animal came from Trooper. So it's just really cool anyway.
Yeah,
I think you and Dave have produced amazing yellows from heavy blue line pairs in the last few years.
Yeah, I've got a really nice high yellow female that.
Yes, your female is pretty awesome.
That came, right in the same clutch. There were it was red for blue, and right in the clutch were very blue animals. And
I think they've produced a solid yellow male. I think it's a male from heavy blue line pair too. I don't remember the name of the animal, but it's a pretty amazing animal. It's almost solid yellow.
Yeah, I don't have it anymore. It's actually a female owned by Victor Guzman.
Exactly, is that one?
That's the one.
So
Kathy Maynard also produced a really nice high yellow animal from a Walsh blue line pairing. I don't know. This has been, I don't know, guys. Maybe one of y'all knows, maybe 12, 15 years ago, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We can go a little bit back, and John talks about old dealer, and I remember a pair that I'm familiar with. That's Daddy Pants and Timor's blue female.
Yeah.
It's an unusual pair to produce eye blue or blue line animals regarding phenotype, since that depends. It's not a regular blue line animal, and that pair produced amazing blue line animals.
Yeah.
And
Crazy blue deuce.
the phenotype is still producing blue and almost solid blue and super blue animals from that pair, and it have a biac mix in that. So talking about variability, it's pretty amazing. Blue Deuce and Crazy came from that pair, for example.
Yeah.
Now I have something I want to say to Greg real quick, because Greg, there's a huge wave of people in Texas that are saying the yellow neos are on the up and up. That they're going to be making a comeback. And this is mainly because they were never really taking the time to work thoroughly with. And I want to know if that's true. You think? Do you feel like yellows could potentially have some sort of competition to the point where there should be no really price difference between a red and a yellow if it gives you that snake? You know what I mean? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, back when I was really active, especially in my very early years, right after meeting Trooper and starting to put together my first groups of animals, it was very desirable to hatch out maroon babies. Trooper worked for a number of years before he ever got his first maroon babies to hatch, and it seemed like the best designer animals always came from maroon babies, except for the lemon tree line. Those were always yellow neonates, but you could tell when you looked at them, they were a little different tone of yellow, a little more pale and reduced markings, and there was just something different about them. But yeah, I've known some really outstanding animals that came from yellow neonates, and it's quite possible that there was a season, or a phase of the breeding history where we focused a lot on the maroon and the darker babies, and so that could account for the fact that a lot of the designer animals are coming from them rather than yellows. And if we worked more with the yellows, and there's not any reason why maybe eventually there wouldn't be any price difference. I don't really know.
Well, I mean, okay, one yellow that's standing out right now in my head is probably the nicest yellow I've ever seen. My boy Socrates made one this year. I don't know if it's in your reach at all, Sock, but you know what yellow one I'm talking about. It is pretty insane. And I'm just curious where yellows stand with you, Sock, especially after making a snake like this. Like, yeah, there we go. Yeah, right there. It's pretty fucking, yeah, right there. Like, sick. What was the pairing for that snake, Sock?
It was Rogue and it was Rainbow Dash.
So
Rainbow
two high
Dash
yellow snakes, right?
Well, Rainbow Dash was a red neonate Bushmaster's, a Rubiac.
Right. And
Yeah.
for you to hold back a yellow snake, I mean, do you feel like that could be more of something you do, is holding back yellow neos versus always the dark ones?
I love yellows. I have a lot of yellows that I hold back.
And is that specifically for high yellow projects is why you keep those yellows?
Yeah.
Now, do you think that's the only reason why you work with yellows?
No, I love yellows more than reds.
I would like to say a little bit about the red versus yellow thing for the record. So because we hear this stuff a lot, this argument about why red versus yellow, why reds are better or more expensive or whatever. And there's a lot of misunderstanding and incomplete story that goes around about that. First of all, I love yellows as well. I'm nowhere near the only person who has said that the look that got them into green tree pythons is that classic, like wild type Sauron look. It's just a green snake with a bold blue dorsal stripe. That's what got Trooper Walsh interested in chondros. It was a thing that got me interested, and lots of other people say that. And that's a great example of a one of the ways that yellows and reds are genetically different from one another in their ability to produce certain colors. It doesn't mean that you absolutely cannot get certain looks from one or the other, but that bold blue stripe is a great example. We see that much more frequently in yellows than we do in reds because that's their genetic propensity. That's how they are in the wild. Reds and yellows are genetically different. The colors that they already have create a substrate, so to speak, that supports the extreme colors that we're looking for better in one versus the other. So when people say that, oh, the only reason that we see all these extreme animals is because Trooper Walsh liked red neos and he worked with and bred lots of reds, that is just absolutely not true. That's not the right way to look at it. It's also frequently said that we can take yellows and make them look just like any red neo with enough line breeding. That's not true either, to varying degrees. And the thing is that with certain phenotypes, one versus the other is going to be a shortcut. Most of the high blue wild animals were red neonates. Almost all of them that were genetically high blue wild animals were red neonates. There's a reason that we see more high yellows out of yellows because they genetically create a better, like they're just more capable of being high yellow. It's harder to get high yellow from red than it is from yellow, and it's harder to get high blue and black. So yes, with enough line breeding, you could potentially create more and more extreme yellows, but they're never going to be exactly the same across the board because they're extremely different from one another at a genetic level. So maybe if you bred enough boldly colored sorongs for 10 generations or something like that, you could get some really insane blue marked sorongs. But we see high blue reds coming straight out of the wild, so it's just a shortcut one way or the other. Like I say, there's just a lot of misconceptions about the way that information is presented as to why they are, it's not that one is better than the other one. It's that it's easier to get some of the more desirable extreme traits out of reds than it is from yellows. And that specifically pertains to the calico look, black and blue. It's easier to get that from reds than from yellows. It's not because Trooper liked reds. It's a genetic thing. And, but I'm all about the extreme yellows. And to me, when you have animals like what John Leckie has or what Mark Hager has, they're more special because they're less common.
The Black Pearl line can produce amazing guy black animals from your yellow neonates.
Yes, yeah, but they look. That's very true. And like I said, I think they're more special in a way because they're rarer animals. But they have those traits in different ways. They have those colors, but they don't look the same as a high black red, and it's harder to produce.
I'm not a big fan of yellow neonates, but honestly, if we start to focus on yellow neonates to achieve a certain phenotype, I think it's possible. But we need probably, like Patrick said, probably you need more generations to achieve a certain phenotype.
Do you think what would help, Pedro, is if we had someone who made amazing red neonates, like someone who's known of just making red after red amazing neonates, need to maybe do some yellows? Garrick, maybe from House of Blues? Maybe he needs to work at some point.
Hi, everyone.
I don't know.
Hey,
What's up,
man.
Garrick? I had to have you join the party, bro, because now we're talking red, yellows, and can yellow stand a chance at red at some point? But what stands out to me, Pedro, is what Greg says. It took Trooper multiple years for him to ruin red. You know what I mean?
Let me say one thing. I've been at the NZP twice with Robin. I want to say hi to Robin too.
Shout out to Robin.
She's amazing. And I've been there in the background, and she told me that Trooper always keep the reds and let the yellows go. And he basically choose to bred only reds. At that certain point, he only produced reds. Uh, he don't have yellows on NZP and probably on his own private collection
I mean,
by selecting the only reds.
let's be honest, right? Like, you guys probably know when a yellow is going to go the distance because of your experience. But if you were to take a noob, somebody who just likes chondros for what they are, but they don't know how a yellow goes that way, and you were to show them a dark red, and a yellow that you know is going to look really nice, people are always going to choose the red. I feel like I feel like red's just a more favorable color.
I think it was a combination of things. I think Trooper liked the reds, and they just also happened to like produce some cooler, and it just kind of a little momentum thing, and then off he ran in that direction. But I mean, Old Yeller, for example, was a yellow, and so there are these fluke yellow neonates that make their way into the funkiest designer pedigrees. So.
Yeah.
I'm not
Hey guys,
sure.
I'm gonna have to bail. My crew's yelling at me to rejoin.
Hey, Greg, you're a good man. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Greg Maxwell, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Greg.
Greg Maxwell.
Thank you so much for inviting me. We'll do it again.
All right, see you, buddy.
Bye.
Right.
I'm not sure you could ever produce a blue snake from a yellow baby that wasn't blue because it was hormonal, or it came out of the wild and got sunburned and was beat to shit. I've never seen a blue yearling, blue yearling that was a yellow baby. And if you think about the parts of yellow neonate that turn blue, it's the pattern, and that pattern is red.
Yes.
Hey, John, you have some guys in Germany producing something like 40% blue, solid blue, on yellow neonates right now, and we are talking about 6 or 7 generations. I don't know if it's possible to produce a solid blue animal like Mr. Blue or one of your babies or Dave babies, but at certain point, and with several generations more, I think they can go pretty close to that.
Are you talking about the glaze?
The Glazer line, exactly.
Yes.
Those are crazy red patterns on them.
Yeah,
but
they do.
Red or the.
But they only produce yellow neonates.
So the thing is that with one of the major differences between yellows and reds in relation to blue is that with almost zero exception, on yellow neonates, when their markings turn blue, the blue is confined to that original neonate pattern and does not spread across the body. There's very little exception to that. With reds, the pattern, the blue will start with the neonate pattern, but then can spread across the entire body, and you can have full body blue versus just heavy blue markings. So that's a huge difference.
And you have blue between scales more on the reds than in yellows.
Yes, exactly.
Wow. Okay, so overall, first and foremost, Garrick, honest question, at some point, would you ever want to experiment with the yellows? Or do you feel like, or is it just like there's no need to for you?
It's not for me personally. I would tell you this though. I think Patrick words it best. I don't think I can word it better than him. His explanation was on point. I think with enough selective breeding, yeah, sure, you can get it in a certain amount of time, potentially. But I think it's just your work is cut out for you. And I think there is something to say about kind of the blue animals that come from the wild, and especially the ones that seem to pass it on to not just female hormonal, I guess, adults. Those are the blue ones. They're pretty much reds, and oftentimes even red dominant. However, again, that red dominant thing, it's not so much for the blue. Like, it doesn't mean that just because it's not a red dominant, it won't produce it as easily. But I am completely aligned with Patrick's view on that. So.
Now, how many like, are there any examples of a super high yellow designer, maybe like a red high yellow, going back to something that is more on the higher blue side and what that really does?
You kind of lost me there. I don't know what you mean.
No, I mean, like, okay, like you don't have any high yellow stuff, obviously, right, Garrick? All your stuff is fucking blue. I mean, from what I know, I mean, it's some sort of a shade of a blue is what you have.
With some exceptions, yeah, I have a few Beox as well, and then I've done a Womaniac pairing, a couple of them which produce some high yellow animals, but that was expected. That was a little bit of some of the reason why I did it. I mean, but
okay,
yeah.
I mean, I was, and with you, John. I mean, how many pairings have you like dabbled with where it was? I mean, first and foremost, a yellow neonate. Have you ever had any yellow neonate designer pairings yet?
I've never produced a yellow neonate. I mean, not because part of it is through strategy, right? Like I have had some females that were RY, and I know they were because of their one parent was a yellow.
Yeah.
But some of it is just because, you know, it within the red neonates, within a clutch, you know, the freakier looking neonates are likely your dom red ones. And then out of those flukes that show up and are really exceptional looking males, for example, that I would likely keep as a holdback. So it's almost just through like this happenstance thing that I'm not really putting a lot of thought into the fact of whether or not they're dom red. But let's say, for example, now I don't know if this is a great example, but let's say Frostbite, for example, like I got a blue and black male. I've never produced anything from him, but I guarantee you he's dominant red, right? I mean, he's just so melanistic and blue that just through almost, this is just based on experience, right? Watching a lot of pairings and seeing what does what and all that lineage stuff we were talking about and seeing how these things get all stacked together and being, I just know. Now, I also know from him in a few other ways because of the fact that very likely his mother was dom red, and you know, just it's almost this like mathematical equation. Mm-hmm. But so no, and there are in my collection, there are, well, not as much anymore. Through time, again, through weeding out the ones and keeping only the best, I've probably whittled it down to mostly all dominant red animals. But anytime I've had an animal, there have been snakes that I've been like, I'm not sure about that one. I am sure about that one. And then I can strategically pair them in a way to delete all chances of, and I don't even do it to make sure that it happens. It's just because I'm putting the smoking male with the girl and the just so happens to be a dominant red male. Like all super blue snakes are going to be dominant red. And so my bluest males, now I've seen some nice, very blue males. I wouldn't say they were supers or anything, but I've seen them and they produce some yellow neonates. You know what I mean? And that
Blue Deuce produces yellow neonates.
Yeah, Blue Deuce is a great example.
That's
blue, but
that's why Christian used some island mixes to mix with Blue Deuce to get more, and all maroon clutches.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I was going to ask Sock, you know, because, you know, it seems like you have the best of both worlds when it comes to having a snake that gives you yellow or reds. But can you remind me, Sock, any pairings that you have where the designer was a yellow neonate and it's going to a powerful red neonate?
Say it again.
Oh my God. Okay. So do you have any designer pairings where the dam or the sire is a yellow neonate and then the other is a red? Like, are you going to yellow to red?
I mean, just the high yellow line. That's it.
But yeah, but high yellows are, I mean, from what I know, for every high yellow I have from you, which I believe, or just one, it was a red. It was a red neonate. Now it's turning yellow.
Yeah.
So now, but you're saying. Go ahead.
White Diamond too, though. Wasn't White Diamond a yellow neonate?
Oh yeah, White Diamond is a yellow. That's right, with Optimus Prime, which is the rest. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. He forgot about that one. He was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about White Diamond."
I don't know how you that's the one right there.
She's the one. That's one of the most unique chondros ever.
And did you produce a full size clutch with her?
No.
Yeah, what's going on with that, Doc?
Twice I didn't get fertile eggs. The first time I paired her too late. I feel like, and but she's paired again this year, so hopefully, I think we're gonna knock it out the park this year with her.
Are you doing the same male again?
Yeah.
And then Optimus Prime, has he only produced reds with her, or did you get mixed babies?
Optimus Prime has. I've never been successful.
Oh, you've not been successful.
Oh.
Okay.
You there, buddy?
Come back to us.
Yeah, come back. There you go. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so every pairing that Optimus has been with, it's all red babies.
Yeah.
Optimus Prime is a blue line male, right?
He's an insanity male.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's insanity, Sock?
Is he
Insanity
times
is from
Aquaboy
Sandro,
6?
from Sandro Di Pinto.
From
Bred
Sandro
to Womaniac in the lineage.
I had to make a comment about that because this was never substantiated. It's just a theory, but I think I'm not the only person who thinks that Womena was not actually the sire of the Insanity Clutch. He paired a Womena male to a really extreme Biak and got
its name is I remember the Biak. The Biak is from Max.
Yeah, Max had two sisters. Yeah, Max.
Yep.
Yeah, and
it's it's Salome, the name of the
Biak. Yes, and she was a spectacular animal that I think Max picked up in a pet store or something like that. And shout out to Max Morrow. He's not really active, but Max is a good dude.
He's on my side of the pond right now.
Yeah, he is. I still talk to him on Instagram every once in a while. So Sandro paired that Womena male to that Biak, and he got Insanity. But the thing is that Sandro had a bunch of really, really extreme high-end designers over there. And the suspicion was that maybe he had that female Biak with a designer male at a previous time, and that Insanity was actually the result of retained sperm with that Biak female.
I think the secret of that is on the Biak.
I agree that if that's the case, that's where it comes from. And that's, it's something I wanted to mention earlier when we were talking about black showing up in chondros, and MJ had asked about which localities to use to create certain extreme traits. It's the Biak blood is extremely important, but it's not just the Biaks. This is something that Jason Stevens from Colorado Chondros, we all know who Jason is, but not everybody out there listening does. He introduced this idea to me a long time ago, saying that he thought the black, which doesn't really occur in wild type chondros to any significant degree, he thought that the black came from crossing, because he did a Sorong Aru cross where they went through a lot of them went through a very black OCC. None of them retained it. But that's basically what that is, man. A lot of these extreme traits come from hybridization. Biaks are currently classified as a different subspecies from the other northern types, but eventually they'll just be a full species. And they're completely different animals, and they also are, in their natural form, have extreme phenotypes and are extremely variable. And so when you cross an extremely variable animal that already has extreme colors and you hybridize it with something else, that's where a lot of that really, really crazy shit comes from. And so it's a super important ingredient in producing extreme designer chondros. The Biak blood is.
Yeah, but if there's Biak in the mix, then there's a possibility of getting yellows no matter what, correct?
Nope.
No. Biaks actually can be naturally dominant red. Also, just to throw it out there for people who are listening and are not chondro heads, the term dominant red refers to animals that were red neonates that only produce red neonates even when paired to a yellow. And the only way to really know that for sure, other than what John was mentioning about just seeing the lineage, if there's been nothing but red in their ancestry for a few generations, that's kind of what it is. But if you pair a red to an animal that was a yellow and you get a really big clutch of all reds, that animal's dominant red. It's just not mathematically possible for for them to.
That's exactly what Michael is asking a few minutes before, and
what
I
people
tried.
need to know though is that all the resulting offspring from a dominant red male bred to a yellow are now what we call RYs.
RY, absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah, they cannot be dom red. You can only get dom red by breeding two reds together or breeding a dom red to a red. So it looks like certain Eastern types and certain and some Beox can be naturally dom red. But Beox for sure can be naturally dom red. But another example would be a Womena type male that I used to have. Ajax was dom red.
I think most island localities can be dominant red. Cyclops.
The Eastern types.
Yep.
I would agree with that. We used to say that about RFox, but well, I'll save that my RFox rant for a different podcast.
Would you say you can't go wrong with having BX in the mix at all though? Like
I agree.
It's kind of the thing to have going on with all your stuff if you can.
I don't think it's fair for me to answer that question for anybody that knows what I keep.
Well, if anyone wants to answer that, other than Patrick, because he's a BX whore, we all know that. I feel like if it's one locality to kind of crutch on and have be like the a strong solid foundation within a project, it'd be the BX locality. You guys would say?
I think.
Go ahead, Dave.
I think you have a good example, and it's on Dave. Dave choose an Arubiac male to bred back to his tiger stripe females to not lose the phenotype, and the animals that he produce are exactly what we expect from a tiger stripe. And those animals have 25% Biak, 25% Aru, and the tiger stripe from Rico. So how potent is that?
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking potent.
I'd say if your goal is blue, I wouldn't breed a blue snake to a Biak. But if you wanted to create some calico looking stuff, that you would probably get some of that. But Biaks don't typically have much blue.
Do you remember how earlier I was talking about how the blue line and the calico line were related? So if you had a calico animal and you wanted to produce yourself some future breeders for that animal, a great way to do that might be to breed like a blue snake to a Biak. Your resulting offspring might be kind of like, I don't know, you might get some kind of like Garrick said he got some high yellows from the Womena Biak. You might get some funky high yellows. You might also get some mucky, dirty looking snakes that aren't all that sweet, but those snakes now have that Biak kind of funk to them. They've got that blue line blood, which is related to calico, yet they're outcrossed and they're set up to be robust, incredible mates later down the road for, like, let's say a calico pair.
Yes. And open the genetic pool.
So you got to take the hit sometimes, you just got to take the hit. And a lot of people are just like, just put the blue one with the blue one with the blue one, and sometimes you got to say, I'm playing the long game and I want some really bad breeders for the future because I got some home runs I'm going to hit. And even though I know this clutch just isn't going to have in this generation the flashiest snakes.
Yeah, that's why you were doing the Biak project with Brian Fisher, and why you got a couple of those animals from Ryan and all that, was so you could kind of introduce some of that Biak blood for your long-term outcross game.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I always find the whole white scalation being something very interesting, and I'm on Dave's website here.
That's hormonal yellow.
Oh,
that's when a female has a lot of yellow and they go hormonal, it turns white.
So that's like kind of like what White Diamond does, right, Sock? Same shit.
I'm trying this shit.
Different.
Huh?
I'm trying this shit.
Oh, hold on.
Whoa.
Let me see. Oh, okay. Whoa, what's that right there, Pedro? What are you looking at?
It's a blue line with a big Biak female.
You keep your lights on at night?
Nope. I just want to have lights
Okay.
to talk with you in the room.
I wish Sock would do that for us, but he don't believe in that. He won't. He literally will not be in his room when the lights are off. He refuses. He won't. Even if I'm there, he'd be like, "Sorry, we got to get the fuck out of the room." And
No,
I'm like,
you can be in the room. I'm just not going to turn the lights on. Sorry.
Rules are rules.
rules are rules, man. I love it. No, let's kind of talk about what you have going for you this coming season with pairings and whatnot, Pedro, because you don't pair a lot. From what I know, you don't do a lot of pairings each year. You kind of pick the ones you really want the most, or how are you doing things now?
You're talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Pedro.
Yes. Well,
He
this pair
pairs
that
everything he's got, just like we all do, and then we just post the ones that go well.
Okay.
We just hide all of our pain and misery. You know what I mean?
Is that what
I
you
think I think all the pairs that I planned for this season didn't work because the males don't show interest on the females, or the females go grounded. I think I said this before a lot of times. I think a good male is way important than a good female, because I think the main thing to produce chondros is to have a good male that choose to breed. All my mosaic males that I have, and I have some extreme looking animals, they don't show any interest on females. And some of them,
are they big males or are they small? Do you keep your males small, or are they what size?
no, they are. Some of them are big males, like 700, 750 grams animals. And this male that I show you, that blue line is the one that show interest in breed this year. And I'm trying at least 2 pairs with him, both with biak females. And I hope to get some cool phenotype animals from that to mix with the mosaic stuff and the calico stuff that I have, and increase the genetic pool. It's the main goal.
So Patrick, he was saying he has some mosaic males that aren't breeding. They're not showing any interest. Do you think that has to do with the lineages with that, or no? Or what do you think?
No, it's not about the lineage, because some of the siblings have produced before.
Okay. What could it be, you think? They're just not interested, or at the time of year?
The females aren't growing follicles, so the males aren't interested.
Yeah, it could be
exactly.
It can be timing. It can also just be incompatibility. I have had males that are total studs that you would think would breed anything, and I introduced them to a female. I had this happen last year, for example. I put 2 pairs together at the same time, and I was getting 0 interest with either pair. And I thought it was really strange because the males both seemed like they were on, and didn't want anything to do with these females that I put them with. So I separated them, and then I had a thought about it, and I switched them out. I switched the 2 pairings, and I got locks immediately. So there's a compatibility thing there as well. Sometimes, and females are generally going to be more picky about the male than vice versa. But occasionally, I've only run into it a few times, but I've had total studs ignore a female while they were on, but a different male would get with her. So it's just sometimes they just don't like each other.
I think it's important. I think it's important.
Let me do a question to some of you guys. I know that Socrates used ultrasound a lot, and I don't know if Dave used ultrasound too. And my question, you didn't use that?
No, I have one, and Socrates gave me some tips on how to use it. I used it once and made a real effort. It's a pain in the ass. So I don't use it.
It's just like everything in the beginning.
My question is, we use the ultrasound and the female is growing follicles. We put the male and they always show interest, or you have had any time that that there are some growing follicles and the male didn't show interest?
Every time I ultrasound and there was follicles and I put a male in, the male went right to the female.
And it
Yeah.
happened with several females and several males and several pairs.
Everyone that I ultrasound that had follicles, I threw the male in. The male went straight to the female.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some kind of pheromone thing going on there.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like what all the ball python fucking people do with their, like, you know, they don't pair male until they see those follicles because they're using that male to like 7, 8 females. You know,
Yeah.
so it's important for them to know when to put that male in, and it's only when those follicles are at a certain size. And even Sock says that he waits for a certain size, correct? So like Sock, if the follicles are very, very tiny, you don't put them in, or do you wait for this follicle to get a certain size?
Yeah, I usually wait between 8 to 10.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't pair anything over 15.
Yeah.
Patrick, did you say you got clutches from those pairs that you swapped, or did they just bang?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm trying to remember. Man, honestly, I think I had that happen twice last year, but I would have to go back and see. One of them I for sure got a clutch, but she was it was only partially fertile. That was the Vinsky male and the mustard Tad Dwayne female. Man, I'd have to go back and see if I got. I didn't with the other one. So with that, I did that with 2 different times last year. It was the lemon tree male that I had with that mustard female, and he didn't want anything to do with her. I put him on a different female, and he locked her up immediately. Nothing came of that one, but I did get a partially fertile clutch out of the other pair. The other time I did that last year, I honestly can't remember what came out of that because I can only remember one of the 2 pairs. I can't even remember what the other one was.
Okay.
I have way too many snakes.
Now, Garrick, you don't ultrasound, correct, Garrick? I mean, you're very seasonal as far as when you know when to pair your females up, or how you do it.
So, like you said, it's pretty seasonally. I do a level of cycling, actually. I would also tell you, if you're OG or old school with your methods, you can kind of track it with weighing the animals too. Because right before they grow follicles, they start retaining weight massively, like 10% of their body weight. And again, you can tell after you weigh them post defecation and whatnot. But there's one method. Typically, though, my females, they take at a certain time in the year, and every year they've taken, it's been within that month, even sometimes within a day or 2. And it doesn't matter how soon I start pairing them or whatnot. And then with the males, I guess this might help Pedro. Oftentimes my males, they might not even lock if they don't smell that the female is ready. So they might just not lock, and then boom, they lock 1 week later or 2 weeks later. It just takes, like, immediately the female goes off feed. So sometimes they will really wait till like the last moment before you see some action. So
is it too late to pair a female if you wait until she goes off food? Because there's, again, some people do that in the ball python game. They'll wait until a snake refuses, and then they'll pair them up.
The female goes off feed?
In ball pythons, they do, yeah, for sure.
Well, I personally don't see that too much with my females. What I see is more so like a surge of hunger that comes on, like right as they're growing follicles. And I mean, like, their necks are out of the cage. They're just trying to eat every time you walk in the room. And then right as they take, which is after breeding, they'll be the shyest, sweetest snake you'll ever see. They'll refuse. They'll tuck their head in. It's just a 180, difference.
So what I've noticed with using the ultrasound, the females would eat all the way until they get to about 20 millimeters. Once the female hits about 20 millimeters is usually when the female goes off food. And when she goes off food, usually within around the 3.5 to 4 weeks, they ovulate.
Right.
At least with me, it's clockwork. I know that if my female refuses, she's ovulating within 3.5, 4 weeks.
Yeah.
From the
So,
ovulation.
if you're feeding like every 2 weeks, right, and you feed now and then you feed 2 weeks later, and
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, and the snake refuses, you don't really know when in that 2 weeks she refused, but when you feed a snake and she like half takes that meal, you know what I mean? And you're like, I just caught her on the night she was going off food. And so that helps. What I'm just agreeing with Sock in that when I have fed females and they have done that like half strike, maybe I had to tap them a couple times, and I'm like, this was the night that she, like tomorrow she would not have eaten. I caught her on the last available night. Those snakes always ovulate 20 to 40 days later, with the vast majority of them more like 20 to 30 days later. I've had a few outside on the 40-day mark, but man, it is such a tight window from that off food to ovulation. It really is.
Yeah. I mean,
but anyway, Sock was doing it. I'm just talking about, these are like my little anecdotal things, but that's really interesting that you can track it and get that precise with the ultrasound too.
Yeah, I mean, I've had, I think, success from a female before, and then the next year she just never stopped eating. Like every time I kept off, she never shut off food. And that's probably just a sign of her she just didn't want to go that year or something. I don't know, but I also thought, like, is that important to food cycle if that's the case? Like, shut their food off at a certain time and point, which I know not everyone does. Some people does their own thing, but I'm just curious if that's one of the indicators you got to do to kind of kick them into thinking like, all right, it's time to breed, you know?
So the way I do my breeding, I don't change my temps anymore. All the temps are always the same. I don't change my food at all. I give them cooler temps at night all year round. So right now at nighttime, I drop down to 77 on the hot side and 72, 70 on the cool side. And I don't change anything. So they're able to produce follicles whenever is right for them, not when I try to, August, let's say.
Right.
And right now I'm actually changed my food cycle as well. I'm feeding once every 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah.
And Dave, your males are pretty all solid, as far as when it comes to pairing, or do you have males that just don't want to do the job sometimes?
Some of them take a while to kick in. I had one, he died, but I had paired him 3 or 4 times and he never showed any interest, and he was 8 years old when he died. But this year I've paired 4 first-time males that I produced, and all 4 of them locked up. So there are so many factors that go into it.
Yeah, there really is. And I'm just curious, like, how you guys like to look as far as how you like to keep meals within a breeding pair, because I do know that some males will shut off food and won't want nothing to do but only with breeding, which to me is kind of scary. I feel like, fuck, if he doesn't want to eat and all he wants to do is breed, I would want some sort of meal in that snake at some point, right? But are you guys doing anything to ensure that your males are staying fed at least at certain points between pairings, or how do you guys really look at that when it comes to?
I've never had a male go off food. I just keep them small. All of my males are 400 grams max.
You just got to give less of a shit, MJ.
You got to give less of a shit.
You just got to be cold-blooded.
Well, I mean, shit. I mean, you're right, but I also just like,
as Buddy Buscemi would say, if the snake ate before, he'll eat again. Don't worry about it.
But I'm with Dave though. I mean, I haven't had a chondro male shut off food. My chondro males fucking they plow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, mine don't really either. All that captive bred stuff that's been in captivity so long, it just eats right through the breeding season.
Well, listen, he's late to the party, but he's here to make an entrance. Bill Stegall, ladies and gentlemen. You good, Bill? What's up, buddy? Like, there he is.
Hey, man.
I've been schlepping ball pythons all day. I'm in a bad mood.
Hey, Bill.
What's up, guys?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Man, awesome. Just super glad to be here, man. What a get together.
Glad you made it, bro. You just missed Greg, but he has his college football to watch, so God bless him.
What, he was on 15 minutes?
We were like 23 minutes or so, and then he took off. We were talking about yellows too much, yellow neonates, and he said, fuck this shit, and he just got off. But yeah, Bill, yeah, we're talking, you know, obviously breeding. You've had quite a bit of a year. How many clutches this year did you have? 7? 6?
Well, I had 5 clutches here and then a split clutch with Buddy up in Maryland.
Wow.
So,
right now, the topic we're talking about is like males and having them not breed when you first pair them and whatnot. I'm curious with you, is it typical some males kind of take their time until it's ready, or your males usually just going straight to the point?
most of the time, if the male's ready, within 24 hours, he's going to be locked up. I had one this year that literally I just bred earlier in the week. It took them 3 days to lock up, but that's not the norm. Usually it's I put them in the day, and by midnight or 2 or 3 in the morning, he's locked up.
Yeah, and this all stems from Pedro telling us as far as like his more anticipated males that he's getting paired up. They're just not really showing interest in any females, and he's even trying to figure shit out on what that would be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I had the male, the incredible male freight train that I got from John Irby. He was 3 and I tried to pair him and he didn't pair up, and then he was 4 and I tried to pair him and he didn't pair up. But when he turned 5, I couldn't turn him off. He bred everything in sight. So I think it may sometimes just be an age thing, especially if they're young.
I mean,
no carpondros, okay?
Hey, listen, Gary Jr., mind your P's and Q's.
Hey, but Pedro, why not? Because aren't we talking hybrids anyways here?
Come on, man. Let's talk about chondros.
Chondro pythons, right?
So Bill, we kind of all went around the horn in a sense. We're talking about the lineages that are our foundation, what we're all working with, and with you, where did a lot of this stuff start from, as far as the designer lineages that you have in your programs?
Well, almost everything that I've had for a long time came from Jaeger, which was a male that Marshall Mendez produced, melanistic lineage, von Meerup lineage. The animal's 18 years old and he's still breeding 2 to 3 females every year. So needless to say, I have a lot of it in my collection. And that's kind of, I call my place the house that Jaeger built, the facility out there.
And Jaeger is a snake that kicks both red and yellow neos, correct?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. And what's the ratio on that you'd really feel like? Do you feel like it's mostly reds, or is it really just a fucking shot in the dark sometimes?
Well, it depends on the female that I breed him to. But since he's not red dominant, really it depends on the female. But he tends to throw slightly more reds than yellow.
Now, Pedro, I know a while back, the first episode we talked about like a little bit of humidity issue that you have to deal with from where you're from. Are you still battling humidity in your room, or do you have that dialed in now, or what's going on with the?
As I told you before, I didn't spray my adult animals at all.
So do you?
I sprayed my neonates and animals still 3 years old. When they still at the rack, and when they go to the adult enclosures, I stop spraying the animals.
Okay. And Patrick, you guys sprays, Patrick? Do you spray?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't do it routinely with older animals. It becomes less and less and more specific as the animals age.
Right.
So when with neonates, I do tend to let the paper dry out. I try not to keep them soaking wet all the time, because that's just inviting bacteria and fungal development. But I also spray the neonates directly, probably 3 or 4 times a week, and especially when they're in shed cycles. And then the older they get, I kind of back that off. By the time they're just a few months old, I'm mostly just wetting the paper when I'm changing them out, and then spraying when they're in shed. Once they're adults, the only time that I spray is, I don't even spray every time they're in shed. I just, when it's during the colder months and the hotter months, my humidity can get really low in the house, and every single year if it's really, really hot outside, or if it's cold enough that I have a furnace heater. So if it's cold enough that my heater's running a lot, or it's really hot outside, either way, the humidity drops low enough that I will start seeing some minor shedding issues. I never get like bad stuck sheds. I never have to soak the snakes or anything like that. But I do, during those months, I will spray my adults when they're in a shed cycle. Beyond that, I just, I do fairly frequent water changes, and I dump out the old water onto the paper or pad and put new water in there, and that manages humidity quite well, especially since I started using the puppy pads.
Well, I mean, okay, anyone knows when you have a lot of everything, there are chances you missing something every now and again. And
yeah.
I know the only time I ever deal with the fucking, and I'm talking about like a terrible shed, is when I didn't catch it, like when I was going too fast and I didn't give it that extra soak or whatever, that spray that I needed. And that's the only time I'm having to fucking take that thing out and soak it and really having to peel it. That's the only time I really deal with any kind of stuck sheds. So religiously, I have to spray. Otherwise, I have to deal with stuck sheds.
I have a lot of animals doing perfect one-piece sheds without any kind of humidity, without increase the humidity.
What's the humidity in your room right now? Do you know, Pedro?
Right now, probably around 50%, something like that.
It's 51, so I don't know.
Do y'all run a humidifier in your room?
I don't.
No, I don't have.
You should.
I have room humidifiers.
Yeah, I've got like the air care one that's supposed to be for like a 2,400 square foot space, and it's in my small. Like ignore whatever it says. Don't buy one that's like, well, I've got a 500 square foot room, so I'll buy the 500. No, get like the 3,000 square footer and throw that in your 500 square foot snake room.
Oh,
that way it can comfortably. You can still set it it has a thermostat, so it's not like it's going to overpower it. It's just going to get it there and hit it comfortably and not be overworked. And man, I could make my snake room.
I never even heard of this before, dude. I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah.
Portable.
What percentage do you have?
I should use the bigger ones.
Gallon, so it you can put a 5-gallon bucket of water in it.
Nice.
And what percentage do you have on your room, John?
I just keep it up like 60.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not the one.
That's not it.
That's all I aim for is a baseline of like 60%.
This shit's 3,600 square feet, John. This shit's huge.
That's a 13 gallon per day, but what's the tank?
The tank? Where does
Are you on like Amazon right now or something?
No, I'm not somewhere. I just Googled it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know which one. Air care. Does this space? Does this look right?
Just type in your Google search 6 gallon.
Here it is. This is it.
Whole room humidifier.
Is this right? Did I pull it up?
John, do you have to? Can you use tap water in that thing, or does it gunk up the filters?
That's
what?
Can you use tap water in that, or does it mess up? Is there a filtration system or something that gets gunked up?
Yeah, that's it.
You can't. Yeah, Patrick was asking if you can use tap water. Can you use tap water?
Yeah, you can, and you just pour it in from the top. You don't have to. And so that's another thing is for all you out there in TV land. If you get a humidifier, there are two types, and there are these ones that are like, I don't know what they call them, passive, but they use evaporative. That's what they call them. So, and then there's these other ones that are atomizing,
ultrasonic,
and so those ultrasonic ones put off like a mist in the air of unevaporated water. They just like spritz mist, and so if you don't use RO water in those, they deliver and settle down mineral deposits on everything. So basically, your room will get dusty because there's minerals in that water. But the evaporative ones don't. They just evaporate and leave behind the mineral deposits, and the salts don't evaporate, right? And so
ultrasounds works like a fogger.
Right, it mists.
Yeah.
But you can just run RO, and those ultrasonic ones have, you can, it's almost like your Keurig can get need to be descaled because they get clogged up with mineral deposits. Well, anyway, but the workaround is just to run.
I work with one on my frogs, and the glasses are always a lot of deposits, like with white spots, and it's not cool at all.
And then and for frogs, you might not want to run RO water because of the fact that there's no minerals. So you're like kind of screwed. I don't know. I'm not a frog guy, but I know for your personal room humidity, RO water would be just fine, and it would keep that machine cleaner.
Yeah, I run distilled water in my humidifiers, and then, but I don't water I can't use my tap water for anything. I can't drink it, and I won't give it to my animals. So I actually, for the animals themselves, I use a mixture of RO with a little alkaline.
What kind of water do you use? Osmosis, from osmosis?
I only use distilled for the humidifiers, and then for the snakes directly, I use it's at a rate of 4 parts to 1, 4 parts RO water and 1 part alkaline water, so that it has a little bit of mineral content in it.
Can the quality of water determine on the success of your breeding year?
I think so. Yes.
What do you go on? Elaborate on that, please, Soc.
So I just experienced it this past year when I moved into the new house about 2 years ago. We put the filtration system in the garage, and I should have changed that filter 8 months to a year later, and I totally skipped the ball on there. And then from that, because the filter wasn't getting filtered, I noticed that 4 months later, as the snakes were building calcium, and they really weren't even going to the bathroom, which messed everything up, messed up their follicle development. So I had to literally, like, some of the snakes, I saw that they couldn't even go to the bathroom. I had to take them out, spray them down, get them all to poop, had to push some of the stuff out. This happened to a lot of my snakes this past year, just from the water. And then once I figured out it was because of the water, I changed the filter. Now we're back on schedule, but that was something that really messed me up the beginning of 2023.
And you think that they messed up because of the kidneys to need to work more or something like that, for they spend more energy on that?
More energy, I think not having the correct minerals and the right pH balance messed everything up, and they couldn't break anything down. So they were literally holding their bowel movements, and it was not just one or two snakes; it was every single snake.
What type of filter did you put on? Was it an RO filter or just some kind of like drinking water filter that like filtered it with activated charcoal but left the minerals behind?
Yeah, the one with charcoal, because I believe that you need the minerals.
Yeah,
they definitely need the minerals. I just doing straight water with no minerals, I think it's just same with us. We definitely need all those minerals. But the filter that I put was good for about 12 months, but I used so much of it, so maybe it went bad earlier.
Yeah, it'll burn out faster.
Yeah. My guess is that a good replication for what a chondro's like kidney system is probably used to is something really low, though, in ppm, parts per million of dissolved solids, because they might drink a little bit out of the creek, but they're definitely drinking.
No, they're drinking rainwater.
They're drinking a lot of rainwater, which is going to be like RO water. So if you I think your idea, Patrick, with that kind of 4-to-1 blend is probably pretty close.
That's exactly why I do it, and that wasn't just a guess. That was actually from using both straight RO and straight spring water and not getting the results that I looked for. Too high of mineral content creates larger urates, and you're more likely to get urate blockages that lead to the constipation. And I found that when I was using straight RO, I didn't like the way their urates looked. And when I was using straight spring water, they were producing too much urates and getting constipated. And then I had that thought, exactly what you just said, that these things are drinking probably near 100% rainwater. and they're, you know, probably not doing a whole lot of drinking from creeks or whatever. And so the rainwater is going to be because it's evaporated and left behind the majority of its mineral content, but not all of it. It's going to be very low in mineral content. And so lately I've just been using for the last couple of years, I've been using a 4-to-1 ratio, which that was just me throwing a number at the wall. It wasn't like, there's no science behind that. That's just what I do. And that seems to be working out quite well.
Yeah. Garrick actually years ago told me he was using a water filter. And when he sent me the link, it was an RO filter. Now I haven't hooked it up in my snake room yet, but I was running it in my other snake room. Sometimes I was doing a mix of tap and a mix of RO because I wasn't quite, brave enough to just, especially with like baby neos, because I think that once snakes become an adult and they're eating whole prey, they're in some ways, they're getting what the prey got, right? And the prey's got a skeletal system and bones and calcium and minerals. And so RO water would not be good for anything that does not eat whole prey. But I think that's the workaround there. The other thing I think is really interesting, and I'll shut up about it, but there's not a lot of data on this for chondros, but the guy Ari that's doing all that research on the Boland's pythons, gone over there to Papua New Guinea and collected all these like water samples. And I asked him for those data sets, and he's like, they're computer, and I haven't dug them up yet. And I said, but are they relatively acidic? And are they very, very low dissolved solids? And he said, yeah, that is, that's what the bulk. So I was like, well, that's chondro water. I mean, they're drinking from similar sources, I would imagine.
So if anyone out there who's using tap water for their collection, or is that like, should they steer away from that?
Well, I mean, right
depends
now,
on what your tap water is.
Doing tap water with no ill effect. I'm
Garrick,
just
we're in California.
And thinking.
We get the same water in a sense, don't we, Garrick?
So no, it's city to city.
It is city. Wait, never mind.
City to city.
I get way better water than you, then, Garrick, if I'm in San Diego.
I believe back then when when I started, I did use tap water, and I did notice visible crystallization in the urates and a darker.
Yep.
And it's when I say visible, I mean it's a lot.
Yeah, that gray look with the crystals, right?
Yeah,
that's
my
bad.
tap water's pretty good. You can actually drink it, but I just switched it out to RO pretty immediately. The one from Amazon, it's like 200 something bucks. Man, I'm telling you get defecations much, much faster. That's one. The urates are much cleaner, much lighter in color. And I feel like it would be easier to digest meals better. I don't know how that sounds, but it's just, I would assume if everything's running pretty smooth, like a well-run car, it would push it out much faster as well.
Do you use the RO on your neonates as well?
Yeah, but
I was a little worried about doing that because they just eat pinks,
Right.
Yeah, yes and no. So I do start mine off with pure mineral water. Like I go down, I get a bunch of Arrowhead, Crystal Geyser, just all sorts of stuff like that. And I start them off with pure, and then I start cutting it kind of with water. So like half and half, and then it just goes straight into RO. But a couple times a year, I want to say, I do give straight mineral water and then cut it in half to half mineral, half RO, and then just, again, back to RO. And, I mean, I don't notice that the mineral water, personally at least, that the mineral water will cause any sort of constipation. Personally, I haven't noticed that. However, I don't do it on a very, definite schedule for me to say, if it makes a long-term effect or not. I figured I don't want to hold anyone back from any sort of mineral or anything.
Wait, so gray color urates are bad. That's all I want to know right now. Is that a bad
No,
thing?
I think if I'm not mistaken, the grayish blue color comes from having the snake hold it in for a long period of time. If I'm not mistaken, I think Patrick.
That seems to kind of be the case too, and which can be a result of having too much mineral content. I don't know that it's like the mineral content is directly causing that change. I think it's what he said, that it's a result of staying too long. And when I was having issues with spring water, it was just cheap ass Walmart spring water. And as is this tends to be the case with all forms of constipation, it was just the females. I never had the issues with the males. I don't, I'm still not 100% sure why that is. I have ideas around it, but it's always the females.
I only have had females retaining the defecations, and the males are very regular to defecate, and I use tap water. All my males used to defecate at least every other week.
Yeah.
And the females can retain like 3 times more or 4 times more.
Yeah.
And they drink the same kind of water, and they eat the same kind of prey, and it's maybe about the metabolism, and females have a lower metabolism. I don't know.
I think it's metabolic rate and its activity levels. Movement is a huge factor in constipation, and just the regularity of their bowel movements is and males tend to be more active. This is just kind of anecdotal, but I've noticed that Beox are generally more active animals, both sexes. My Beox females are the only females I have that consistently will cruise as well. And with Beox females, they are way, in my experience, way less likely to retain waste versus other designers or other localities.
I don't know if it's us just. I don't know if it's keeping emerald tree boas, but like those are the ones I count shits on. With my chondros, I don't ever feel like I'm ever worrying about them shitting because I see them shit, and I don't ever see constipation with any of my chondros at all, ever.
I want to know if Dave D's using some of that Rocky Mountain water.
I give my breeding females Arrowhead spring water, and everything else is tap.
You have good water up there, though.
Yeah,
the tap water where you live is amazing.
I was about to say, what if you found out that your success would be better if you switched it? This whole time you've been it up.
I drink tap water too, and I'm still alive.
I was raised off drinking tap water out of the fucking hose. I drank out of the hose growing up, bro.
Yeah, I was a hose water kid too, man. It's so variable as to where you live. Even just right here in the metroplex that I live in, city to city. So like Plano and Arlington have really good tap water. McKinney, where I'm at right now, has passable tap water. But like Anna, where I was living and where Amber lives, or Van Alstyne, where I live now, it is fucking terrible. I mean, it's terrible. I barely like to shower in it, much less. I can taste it when I'm brushing my teeth. Excuse me for a minute, guys.
No, you're good. So, I mean, obviously, with having filters and all that, that's great. But like what Sock was mentioning, like you got to replace those filters. How often, Sock? Like, is it recommended to replace those filters?
Let me ask one thing to Socrates.
Okay.
The filtration that you use any kind of salts for the calcareous stuff?
No, it's a human filter. It's for humans, but yeah, it's just what the filter with the charcoal in there.
Okay.
I've used nothing but tap water ever. I go through a lot of water on a weekly basis. I mean, a lot of water because I have a lot of chondros, and they get fresh water often, and it wouldn't be an expense thing for me to use bottled water, but the amount that I would have to have seems to be, it would be a lot of water. So I've always used tap water. I haven't noticed really any significant issues. I wouldn't be opposed to putting on a filter on the faucet, but I think Patrick is right. I used to live in Arlington. We had great water there. I've moved to a different place, but I think our tap water here is pretty good. I think it's pretty soft.
You can customize it too, though. If you buy a filter, you can replace the tank with like a 10-15 gallon one. So,
Garrick, how often are you replacing your filters on yours?
I just installed mine a few months ago. It's supposed to be every 2 years for regular use, and every year if you're using it like pretty rapidly. So probably in a year I'll have to replace that part.
Yeah, my filter was a year, and I feel like just from all the water that I use, because I use it to spray, I use it for their drinking water, and I think it probably went out 8 months in.
Sock, did you just do tap water at one point though, before, or no?
No. Even before in the old house, I would just go.
Oh, you get a jug. I remember.
I'll get the 5-gallon jugs. Yeah.
Okay.
I never used tap.
Yeah, you know, this is all great and stuff, but I'm like Bill, man. I've always used tap. I've never just, you know, I don't know, like, and I always told where I was from, I have good tap water and I could get away with it because it has a little bit of iron or whatever the fuck. But you know, I don't know.
Chlorine.
Do you have chlorine in it? Isn't that bad? Isn't chlorine bad?
No, they use it to desanitize the water, if I'm not mistaken.
It's for bacteria.
Yeah.
You know, also too, you know, one of the biggest things that have, you know, that's been talked in this podcast is like what causes prolapses and whatnot, you know, and I think at one point somebody was saying about the water being an issue, maybe for neonate. Was that you, Garrick, that said something? Yeah.
It could be a bunch of different things. I mean, everyone has an opinion on it, but definitely water would be a major role. You know, it would play a major role in, I guess, how well a snake can digest a meal. I mean, aside, if you're not talking about something that's like a genetic prolapse or maybe some sort of nutritional deficiency, I want to say having just a not clean environment and not clean water, that could very easily be something that triggers a prolapse.
Well, I want to thank the man himself, Bill Stegall, because he broke my PTSD after me producing those neonates that all prolapsed on me. I recently got a neonate that's had maybe 4 meals under my watch, no prolapse, fucking solid snake, doing great. So there's that. You know what I mean? I just think some things just aren't meant to be here in life. It is what it is. What are you going to do?
It's an interesting topic, and Garrick mentioned genetic component, and I was talking with John Irby. I had a clutch of green trees this year that Freight Train produced 12 neos, half of them prolapsed. And I could tell the ones that were, after a couple prolapsed, I could tell the ones that were going to prolapse in the future because they didn't quite perch right on the perch. Sometimes they perch completely normal, but other times they perch just kind of wonky. And I noticed they spent a more significant time on the ground of the tub than like a normal chondro was. And sure enough, I picked out, after the first 2 prolapse, I picked out the other 4 that I knew were going to prolapse. So half the clutch.
And you think it's about genetic?
In this clutch, I guarantee it was genetic. It was a genetic deformity. I'll never repeat the pairing. I'll never put the male with the female again.
Wow.
I've heard about some lines that have the propensity to prolapse, and I've heard about some high percentage blue line animals that have the more propensity to prolapse. I don't know if you guys have heard about that.
I'm not going to speak too much on genetic propensity towards prolapse because I think that's a possibility. I'm not 100% sold on it. Or maybe that there's a genetic propensity towards not prolapse directly, but a propensity to be more sensitive to the things that directly cause prolapse. I've been thinking about this a lot lately because there's been some recent conversations about it. And when we're talking about neonates, with adults, it's different. With adults, prolapse is caused by a combination of dehydration and constipation. There's just not really any exception to that, or that's in the short term. In the long term, adults that are prone to prolapse, it's because they've spent it's almost always females, and they've spent a large portion of their life constipated and immobile, and their posterior musculature just becomes weak, and the tissues become loose, and they have stuck waste, and all that leads to prolapse. But in neonates, I don't think it's precisely one thing. I think there's a main driver and then a couple of other kind of compounding factors. I think the main driver, and this is something I've only thought about a lot recently, and Dave D said this, and I think I talked about it with somebody else in another podcast, but I think it is a combination of feeding them tiny little day-old pinkies that have no substance to them whatsoever, causes them to have less solid fecal matter and less urates, and they have to push harder to get that out because it's not solid, and they have this tiny little undeveloped musculature that doesn't do a good job of doing that. Whereas in the wild, their first meals are skinks that are full of scales and bones and claws and their whole prey. And also they are getting better gut health benefit from eating an adult animal in the wild or a subadult animal, a skink, that has a more established gut flora versus a pinky mouse. So even when they're getting whole prey, they're not getting a really well established gut flora. It's also a mammalian gut flora versus a reptilian gut flora that they're getting in the wild. And so, and then also compounded with dehydration. So when high humidity does not necessarily equal good hydration. So, if the animals aren't drinking properly, they're not necessarily hydrated. So if you combine all of those things, the tiny little bag of fluid that a pinky is, not getting their gut health, which is, directly tied to their digestive abilities, established early on, and potentially a little bit of dehydration thrown in the mix, that's, in my opinion, why neonates prolapse. I have only ever had 6 neos prolapse, and it was 3 neos that were all siblings and all on the same shelf or two of the rack. Both times it was when the whole rack, top to bottom, was full of babies. Both times it was times when the humidity in the room was very low, and maybe the humidity and hydration is not a factor, but I think it is. And those 2 shelves, it's the same 2 shelves on the same rack where I had prolapses. And those 2 shelves, the tubs fit a little bit looser. So those tubs dry out faster. So the humidity is lower, and humidity is a factor in how quickly they dehydrate. And like I say, it was 3 neos that were all siblings. They all did it in the same week. It reinserted, and there was no recurrence. So I've never had a recurrence of prolapse. I've never lost an animal to it. And it's only ever been those 2 instances, 2 clutches, both in the summer, all siblings, same 2 shelves of the same rack. So I haven't had the same experiences with it that other people have. I've also done a lot more. Let's assume there is a genetic component. I've done a lot more locality stuff and outcrossed stuff. So maybe that's a factor in eliminating any of that, or why I haven't experienced it, to be a genetic component. But anyways, that's my thoughts on it.
Well, I heard the chick down is what's supposed to help with giving that little day one pink or whatever, something more than what it is, right?
I start all of mine on chick down from the first meal.
All those at prolapse all had pinkies with chick down on it. That's why I thought I was.
I'm not saying that it will definitely eliminate it. I'm just saying that I think it helps.
Now, what else do you think? What else do you think?
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, I just want to say I love you guys. I'm
gotta go
on here. I gotta go to the family.
Socrates, he has a beautiful
Love
family
you.
to tend
Sock.
to.
Bye, man.
Honor.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Hey,
Bye.
keep doing it, buddy. See you later. No, but I don't know, like people say there could be a lot of variables of why a snake will prolapse, right? One of them being kind of the lack of nutritional content is what to produce a good shit. But chick down, obviously I heard helps with that. What else could possibly help with that, you feel like, or ensure that you're giving something more than just a bloody sack of fucking mice or something? You know what I mean?
Baby lizards.
Because one thing that I noticed, like Bill was saying, that he noticed that the ones that weren't perching right, that was a sign, right? Well, I noticed that each one of these that prolapsed on me weren't shitting nearly like how Bill Neal shits for me, which is a solid little tiny shit, right? all these were smearing the shit all over the tub. Like it looked like diarrhea in there all the fucking time, and it just seemed like it could come out of them. You know what I mean?
I think your snakes had issues. I don't think it was what you were feeding them. I think it had something to do with incubation or the development of the eggs when they were inside the female, or the nutrition that the female received.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we don't think about that a lot. We don't think about mom's nutrition, I think, as much as we should.
Well, I mean, you know, again, all this stuff is just case studies or observations, but I can tell you
anecdotal.
But I can tell you of the 6 females that I bred last year that laid eggs, 2 of those clutches were sired by the same male. Every single prolapse I had this year was in one clutch, 6 babies, the same clutch. The mothers were all taken care of the same way, all fed the same way. And again, these babies anatomically, although they look normal, they perched abnormal. And I can't speak for all clutches and all prolapses, but I can guarantee you the 6 prolapses that I had from the same clutch, it was a genetic it was a anatomical abnormality. Well, these babies, I don't know if it was genetic. Maybe I could repeat the pairing. And
it could have just been, it could have been congenital, non-genetic congenital.
You know, and I don't think it was an incubation issue. They incubated right next to a clutch that hatched 2 days later. So I really think it was a congenital, whether it was genetic or not. I think it was an anatomical problem.
You know, actually, it is possible it could be incubational too, like some sort of pathogen or bacteria gets in the mix because they're all hatched in the same box. You know, I would probably go towards that before I would go towards having it be a genetic issue personally. That's where my mind would go first.
Well, why would half of them prolapse? Why didn't all of them prolapse?
They're all exposed to the same thing. I mean, it's possible half of them take it a certain way, the other half take it a different way.
Well, I'll tell you, I won't repeat the pairing of the 2 that produced that clutch. I mean,
now, okay, one thing that I've always talked about is how, like, one of the misunderstood things when people first take it on chondros is they, you know, a lot of people keep them too warm, right? And that's a fact. I've seen a lot of people make that small adjustment, and now this chondro that hates them, you know, hates them a little less just because it went from 90 degrees to 84 in there, right? But I think with babies, I heard Christian Stewart keeps his babies in the higher, like 88, 87. And I was keeping my babies like I would think I would want to keep my adults 84. I'm not saying the temperature had something to do with it, but I heard there's a reason why he sticks to those higher temps for those neonates. And I'm curious if anyone has to have anything to say about that.
I heard him suggest that or James suggest that. And you guys were talking about how Andy keeps his and how Christian keeps his. And I don't know that I can agree with that because I keep all of my stuff. The only difference in temperature between my adults and my babies is that the adults are on ambient, and so they're getting a day-night swing. My babies get a night drop too, but there's still the temperature range within their tub, even though there's a gradient. The temperature range within the tub is they're still exposed to the same range of temperatures that my adults are. And the hottest it gets in any of my baby enclosures is 85, touching the back of the tub. And the majority of them, the tub is in the upper 70s or low 80s. Sometimes during the day, the front of the tub may reach 80 degrees and the whole tub is in the 80s. A lot of these babies hang out in the front of the tub all the time, and they spend almost all of their time in a spot that's in the 70s or around 80 degrees.
So real quick about, he doesn't mean that he's keeping them the whole tub at that.
No, the gradient's at 88 or 89 in the back.
Yeah, what if you want to read between the lines, what he's mostly saying is it's not a good idea to keep a baby chilly. And so if your room temperature is such that you got to crank up the back of that tub up to 87 to get the front of the tub, but because like Patrick said, sometimes these babies will hang at the front of the tub or whatever, and you just don't want a 75 degree or like 76 degree front. What he's basically saying is that he just is probably generalizing pro-warm versus pro-cold baby. And even though the back of the tub might be 88 degrees, to achieve like an 80 or 82 degree front of the tub, it's not like the baby goes back there and really uses it all. You know,
Yeah.
if you think about it, I tell people all the time, like if the cage was theoretically, a chondro cage was hundreds of feet long, you could have a 500 degree hotspot. He just wouldn't go over there and use it. He would just go over to 85 and stop, right? And so he would use so it doesn't really matter as long as it doesn't matter how hot that is over there. It's that he can escape it. Can he escape it? And you don't want him to run away from that heat to an area that would be detrimentally cold.
Well, this is why it's important to look at the context when we talk about temperatures and not just throw individual numbers out there, because the ambient room temperature and the size of the enclosure and the type and placement of the heating element are huge factors. All of that's important. You can't just say, oh, unless you're running ambient, you can't say, oh, I keep my chondros at this temperature.
That's a great, Patrick. That's a great.
Yeah, and so in the front, when he's talking about the front of the tub, my tubs at night in the baby room can get into the mid and rarely, but occasionally low 70s, but it's usually 75 or so, 76 at the front of the tub at night and 80 at the back. During the day, it's 83, 84 at the back and 78 to 80 in the front of the tub. And the problem is that, especially with neonates, especially with outcrosses and hybrids, but this can apply to all chondros. We like to say that they're capable of their own thermoregulation, and that's just not the case, because we're not giving them the opportunities to do this. Even if you have a massive enclosure with a whole bunch of different perch sizes and different cover and stuff, chondros 100% will, not 100% of the time, but 100% chondros can and often will choose security over proper thermoregulation. They will find a spot that makes them feel safe versus a spot that may be the optimal temperature range, because chondros don't think about long-term survival. They don't think about, a female is a good example. A female will spend you'll see them thermoregulating very specifically because they're suddenly concerned with short-term temperature because of their clutch, but they're not thinking about, is this temperature range safe for my long-term well-being and my longevity? They're thinking, I want to be in this spot so I don't fucking get eaten tonight by a predator. So that's their.
Wouldn't they go to the back closer to where it's hidden than in the front?
You would think that. You would think that, and I wonder that about neonates, because we see that with older animals. As they get older, that's a great question, and it's confusing to me, because as they age, they seem to have to start hanging out towards the back of the enclosure. But with babies, I see huge variability in it. But the other thing that I notice is my babies are very rarely in the middle of the perch. They're either at the front or the back, and I think they feel secure pressed up against the side of the tub. Versus I would say I get more of them that hang out, and again, that's when they're first born. As they get older, they tend to migrate either towards the middle or stay in the back or whatever. But the younger ones tend to be on one end or the other, and I'd say I see them more frequently at the front of the tub than I do at the back. So my point is that there are more factors than just the temperature, and that they're not always capable of their own of like perfect thermoregulation. And there's other stuff going on there.
My assumption would be that they prefer colder, and actually, I mean, from what I've seen, it's specifically females too, off of the season, they almost always love to stay in the coldest part of the cage. And the hot spot's never really that hot. It gets to 84.5 with a night drop, of course. But then again, my room temperature is pretty stable too. I keep it in the mid 70s and fluctuates a few degrees here and there.
Yeah.
I can definitely see the security being one of the biggest angles as to like where they choose to perch. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I use more. I keep the babies more on the hot side than you guys. I keep my babies on a hot side with 89 or something like that, and on the front of the cage on the box, I used to have 70, 78 or 77.
Yeah, it has the option.
And sorry.
It has the option. It has the option to do whatever the fuck
They can choose the right temperature, and honestly, I don't have a big incidence of prolapses. I have had something like 3 or 4 prolapses, and one thing that I have seen goes direct to what Bill Stegall said before. I have had strange perched babies. And when they assume that position, they used to defecate liquids and spread the defecation all over, and that's when I get the prolapses too.
Yeah, we're talking about like options for neonate, and Patrick's talking about they always go to the safest place for.
But let me tell you one more thing.
Pedro, you're like 3 for 3 on interrupting me tonight, just so you know. But go ahead.
I'm the co-host, so I'm able to do that.
Me and my big mouth. Go ahead.
I'm going to talk about the thickness of the perches. I think it plays a major role in the babies and the prolapses in the babies. I use a low diameter perches now, and I've seen that the babies are way more comfortable on thinner perches than in more thicker perches.
How thin are you using? What are you using, Pedro?
I'm using 3D printed perches right now.
Cool.
Are they so they're skinnier than a hanger? I'm assuming.
What diameter, Pedro? I'm standing by version. millimeters to inches, ready to go.
Yeah, millimeters.
I can talk about millimeters. Are something like 15 millimeters or something like that.
So how
for the adults too?
That's a 15 millimeters
only for the babies.
That's like a thick coat hanger.
I can show you. I can show you that.
But Patrick, you go to like regular plastic.
I use coat hangers, but I use the thinnest ones that I can find.
That's what I do, Patrick.
It's thin.
What about your adults, Pedro? What your adult females? What do they perch on? What size millimeters?
I use different kinds of diameters because I use natural perches,
branches,
branches, and but I don't use a very thick perches, honestly.
I have to interrupt, guys, because I've got to get the fuck out of here. I've got Amber waiting on me at the house, and I've got to get my shop closed down and get over there. I just really quick, I kind of would have liked to say this with everybody that was on here tonight, because I had things to say about every single person that's been on, about Greg kind of being the person that brought all this stuff to the limelight, so to speak, to lay the foundation for us to all do what we do, and Socrates for going fucking crazy with it down there in Florida, because he has like just one of the coolest arboreal rooms I've ever seen, and he's producing amazing shit and having great success. But for the guys that are still here, Pedro, I already said in the beginning what I think about your line. I think you have one of the most special bloodlines that's ever existed in green tree pythons. I think Mosaic was the most potent designer animal that ever lived. John, I feel like you picked up where Brass Jungle left off with the blue line stuff, and I think you're doing better than they did. I think you're really the person in the world that's carrying the torch for blue stuff specifically. And I love that you've got like the ideas that you have about outcrossing and just the success that I've seen you have as long as I've been following what you do. Dave, you have the most extreme collection of green tree pythons on the planet. Anybody who tries to argue with that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. You have the baddest ass collection of chondros that has ever existed. And I really think it's awesome that you're continuing to keep the tiger stripe and calico stuff alive and the blue stuff, and just it's just amazing. And Garrick, I love that you are doing something that I always wanted to do, which was to produce really nice blue animals with no Walsh blue blood. That's always been a goal of mine, and you beat me to it. But you use the animals that I've had an idea for many years that those were animals that could help with that. So, which is why, I used to have 3 siblings to Kronos back in the day. So, but I also think it's awesome that you do so much with so little. You have a lot less chondros than I have, and you're getting a lot out of what you got. So that's badass. And Bill, just repping for Texas, man. We're doing the damn thing down here. And I don't need to say much else about that. You produced one of the most extreme and well-known chondros ever. Everybody knows about the sickness, man. And I'm having fun watching what you're doing with his descendants. But and MJ, thanks for bringing us all together, man. This shit's fucking epic, dude.
Yeah, man. It wouldn't have been like this without you. I got to tell you that. So thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
You're a huge inspiration to the entire chondro community, man. That's a fact.
Thank you.
Let me ask you 2 questions before you go.
Sure. Yes.
What's your favorite pairing ever?
My favorite pairing ever. I like to break that into categories, but if I have to give you one answer, it is SH05079 times SH09001. Yeah, 09001. And what that is a Blue Max Jarvis male. That's Signal Herb 05079. That was his famous Blue Max Jarvis male.
It's the one with the black scales on the back?
With the black. Yeah. So he is the sire of 09169 that Christian has on loan from Tommy right now, that really awesome blue female that's throwing crazy shit with Velvet. He sired a bunch of amazing offspring, and his sister 05086 is the dam of the clutch that produced Zeus with 05188.
Yeah.
But so 05079 turned into a really nice, he's the animal that was on Rico's business card when he was young and still had red eyes, and he had blue markings and black scales. I just have always loved that snake, but he bred him to a Prada Maniquari. That's what 09001 was a Prada Maniquari. And most of y'all know that Prada Maniquari is my favorite line, period. So when Rico bred one of my favorite designer males to a blue female from my favorite bloodline, that was my favorite pairing ever. There were 3 distinct phenotypes. There was yellows with insane blue, bold stripes that all went electric blue. There was reds that looked just like Prada Maniquaris. They were bright red with sharp triangle dorsals. And then there was dark browns with funky yellow diamonds and dark black patterning. And there was nothing in between. There was no intermediate animals. It was either the dark browns, the reds, or the bold yellows in that clutch. And every red from that clutch turned blue, regardless of the neonate color. They all turned blue. And one of them was Blue Boy, who Dave had, and that animal went on to produce a shitload of amazing blue offspring. So that's my favorite. If I have to name one pairing ever that's my favorite, it's that 05079 times 09001.
Okay. You answered the second question, so I'm not going to ask you that. It's
my favorite bloodline? Yeah, my favorite bloodline, Prada Maniquari, which goes back to consistent high blue with no Walsh blue blood, is always really cool to me. And just as a side note before I leave, all the high blue Prada Maniquaris from Wild Blood, they were all red neonates.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Go with your lady, bro. Get the hell out of here. I'll see you later, Patrick. Okay.
I love you guys. Thanks
Bye,
everybody
man.
for listening. Y'all have a great
Bye.
night. All right. See ya.
Patrick.
Bye.
Thanks, Matt.
Damn, man. Patrick Holmes, ladies and gentlemen. What a guy. All right. Well, now there's 6 of us. This is great. One of the things I want to get to right now are some of the most passionate bloodlines that you guys each carry within your guys' own collection and what means the most. Whoever wants to go first on that. Don't jump all at once. I mean, whoever the fuck,
I think right now I like calicos the best, just because they're so versatile. You can have high yellow calicos, you can have blue calicos, you can have calicos that are mostly black.
Right.
So I like that they kind of bridge the gap, and I like the multicolored.
And who's firmly with the calico line right now that has stuff going? I know Mark has calico stuff, right, Bill?
Yeah, Mark's got some great calico stuff here in Texas.
Yeah.
Christian.
I think Christian and Dave have the best calicos right now, and Rod Love is producing some amazing calicos too.
John has some gnarly shit.
Yes, and John have some velvet kids that are just insane.
Yeah. I mean, and then with you, Bill, I mean, it all comes down to Jaeger, I would say, right? Or I mean, what is it that really means the most as far as what you want to carry on throughout your lifetime within the hobby?
Yeah, high melanistic stuff is what I've, and I think it's probably that because that's what I was first introduced to personally. I mean, the sickness came out of the second clutch of chondros I ever produced. So once I saw him, and once I saw him go through his change and saw him as an adult, then that just solidified my foundation of just wanting to recreate more that look just like him. So that's always been my goal. And luckily, and maybe some of the other panel can address this, I think there's some synergy between blue and black animals. So I've, by just circumstance, been able to produce some nice blue animals, from going for black. But so that's kind of where the path that I've been down.
And Garrick, why don't you explain what Patrick meant by you doing so much with so little, and really like how this unique, amazing project that you're fulfilling is even kind of landed in your lap to begin with?
Well, most of you guys probably already know that the majority of my focus here is on blue highland type animals. So that's kind of pretty much my sole focus with a couple exceptions. And I would say what he meant by that is I have a rather small adult breeding group. I mean, it started off with like a trio, and then I ended up grabbing a couple more adults. But it's essentially, it was 2-3 males. Well, it was 2 males. Now it's 3. I have a couple more. But I keep my numbers rather small so I can have a more, I want to say, intimate knowledge with the snake itself. I feel like it helps a lot with cycling. It helps a lot with raising them. And I think especially for these blue highland types, it's very important to be selective. I mean, with anything really, is just you pick out the best of the best if you can, and you breed from there. And I guess what he meant also was I do get some pretty good clutch sizes for the most part. And yeah.
But now you need something more because your Wymaniacs are pretty cool, and you need to put some different blood on that. And probably calico is the best thing to put with that. So you need to talk with John and Dave to get some cool stuff for those.
In fact, a lot of the people who obtained these Wymaniacs did it with the goal to breed it back to their calico animals or high yellow animals. So even though I might not have a big collection, I get a chance to see truly wonderful pairings with every single guy in this room, with the exception of Europe, of course, right now. But every single one of you, Bill, John, Dave, Socrates, all of you guys, Patrick even, the animals I sold, they're going to be paired with one from each one of you in different collections.
It's amazing. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
I thought that itself was kind of wonderful, and I get a chance to kind of see how the bloodlines are going to mesh, if that makes sense. You know.
Sure.
I think you are producing perfect animals to mix with blue line and with calico, honestly, to increase the genetic pool and don't lose without losing the phenotype, you know. I've said that before, and it's amazing to see you doing so much with so less. Like Patrick said, it's pretty amazing.
Thank you. I want to say a lot of people have a lot of different lineages or bloodlines, and they're really like mind blowing, and it's really awesome, you know. And I guess with my Blue Highlands, it was the one that I personally fell in love with, and I wanted it to always remain like my sole focus, you know, because as it goes along, you know, you let go of snakes and you get a chance to see some of the amazing things they do and contribute, and you know, it's really wonderful to be able to work with them, you know, like something that you truly love, if that makes sense. So.
I mean, listen, with all due respect, before we get to John, you guys all work with shit that more than likely people would never even dream of even seeing. It's pretty crazy, you know. It's pretty nuts, and it really does change everything whenever you do get the chance to see some of this shit in person, because you can only really love something so much through a phone or through a computer. But whenever you cross paths with some of this shit that we're talking about, it really changes everything. And, you know, obviously, John, you know, you have a lot of iconic pairings that you've been successful with. But what is it that really is like the forefront for you?
Well, like historically, it'd be blue. But I also I've always just been a real big fan of the calico stuff. I just haven't had up until the last whatever handful of years. I haven't had they're just wanting really a lot of them out there. You know what I mean? There was an era of chondros where Maxwell was producing them, and then they almost fizzled out. And then 3 to 5 people really were able to, as Patrick was saying, they're kind of in a resurgence right now. And the line is now like resecured, and we'll be able to see that go on for a long time now. So that's really cool. So as far as like my own personal knowledge and what I've worked with the most, it's been the blue line stuff. But as I was talking about earlier, it's related to the calico stuff, and I love how it interlocks. And I've got a few animals, and I'm really looking forward to kind of that being just something I will either blend with my blue stuff or just work on the side. And I just love how outrageous they can, what they can produce. And so anyway, I like them both, I'd say.
Yeah.
I will never breed my blue stuff. I will do the blue to the Biak to make those calico breeders later. I will breed the blue to the calico, but I will always breed some blue to blue to maintain kind of a wing of the collection of those textbook blue lines.
And because at the end of the day, that foundation is built off the blue. So you're going to always have that maintained the way you need it, right?
Yeah, and you'll get your flute black animals, and you'll get those calico stuff, and you know it'll be awesome. You know, you get the blue line really is just this foundation for so much stuff, man. And we were talking about earlier about pedigrees, and you know, one of the really cool things, I think, the gems of the chondro world is the pedigrees and the lineage. The chondros in general, and the blue line specifically, is probably the most well-documented lineage or bloodline in all of reptiles. I mean, just think of the meticulous nature of some of these pedigrees that go back to the early 70s. And so maybe Trooper's work with Komodo dragons was equally documented. But again, it was kind of like, it takes a forefather to instill that. But the carpet guys didn't record their data well enough. The balls, due to the way they're bred and the morphs, it's not needed, and things like that. But maybe Komodos. But again, it had Trooper involved, and so we owe that to some of these forefathers, man. And man, chondros are just really cool. There's just so much history there, and it's cool because of that.
It's always been cooler than the other shit for a long time, it seems like.
What'd you say?
It's it seems like Chondros has always been like the coolest shit out there ever since back when fucking Trooper was fucking around with it and all that.
I mean, whether you like the neos or the lineages or the phenotypes of the adults or their arboreal, like in your face nature about how they perch and they don't get in a hide, they're just the fucking coolest snake. On Maxwell's website back in the day, it used to say God's favorite snake. And so, I mean, they're just fucking cool, man.
That's pretty iconic. You know, with you, Pedro, I mean, what's it all about for you, buddy?
About my favorite stuff.
Well, within your own projects, what means the most? Like, what is it that you're looking to fulfill out of everything?
Well, honestly, my all-time favorite bloodline is the Calico.
Right.
My favorite animal ever is probably Calico Jr. And I always like the phenotype that the Calico line produces. There's one pair that I have in high consideration. Dark Sidious and Harvest is probably side to side with Calico Jr. and Daydream regarding my favorites. And I think it's the two pairs that produce the most extreme animals ever regarding quantity and phenotype. And honestly, I want to produce animals with that kind of phenotype. The Mosaic line, it's something that fell from the sky in my hands. I honestly never expect to create something like that. And I've been able to mix the Mosaic line with the Calico line, and my main goal is to keep that kind of phenotypes, honestly. I'm trying to produce some blue stuff too, but it's almost like a side project.
How far are you from maybe seeing some blue stuff if it all works out, like, you know, timeline wise?
Well, I've produced 2 blue line clutches, and I've been lucky enough to produce a true blue male.
Right.
And I'm working with that male and with some females, and I hope to get some more like that.
Can you break the snake down for us, bro?
That snake is Honey. He's from October Womaniac. She has been produced by Christian Stewart, and she is the mother of my 2 Mosaicos. I call that Mosaicos.
Damn.
She's a pretty amazing animal.
And then the one next to it, if you don't mind.
That one, I bred Mosaic back to some yellow females, and that animal is 50% Aru.
That's crazy. Wow. It's insane.
That's half
Yep.
Aru.
Wow.
It's half Aru, yes, and half Mosaic. That animal is Shooting Star.
Yeah, I think it's crazy.
Yeah.
Pedro
I think
Pedro used to be like, I'm thinking about breeding this male to this female. I'm like, you're dumb, dude. Breed Mosaic to literally every single
to
thing.
everything. I remember that conversation, man.
And then figure it out later. We need, that's all you need is as many Mosaic babies as possible to build this bloodline that is right here in your hands.
Yeah. I think Michael is talking about mix the Dom red male to yellow females.
Right.
You made that question to Socrates, so
Right.
I made that with Mosaic twice, with an Aru Biak female and with an Aru female, and I get all maroon clutches since he is a dominant red male.
Right.
And I got extreme animals on both clutches.
Red Dom is the shit.
Yeah, it's the best thing. It's the best thing for me.
Right.
We are always fooling around red babies and yellow babies, and honestly, the reds is what matters, not the yellows.
Whoa. Hey, yeah, but that, I mean, I don't know, that yellow that sock pulled out. I'm real curious to see what direction that goes. That didn't look like a real fucking snake to me, man. That looks
I
like,
think, just to clarify, I think Dave never produces a yellow animal.
he said he's produced two times in his life, and that's because he was trying to get an albino apparently.
But they probably died in the fridge or something like that.
Yeah, what do you do with your yellows, Dave?
Yeah,
They're a Pecco.
I had a possible het from Rico that was a yellow. She was mostly Maruki, and I bred her to a albino sib from Marshall, so it was a 66% het. And 5 eggs went the distance, but 3 of them were dead. So I pipped them. So all 5 were yellow. And even though I knew the male was red, it's possible he was carrying the yellow gene. But I also think there's a chance that it was a partho clutch, because the odds of 5 babies being all yellow from a male that was red is 3%. So I don't know. The 2 that did live, I couldn't get feeding. So
wow.
Were they identical, like in patterning, color?
I don't think they were identical.
No.
They were albino, Dave? They had the eyes, or weren't? No, they weren't.
No, they weren't. None of them.
I think the albinos have a strange dark aura around them.
Yeah.
Because we have had some albino in Europe too, and I've been lucky enough to see those animals alive. A friend of mine in Portugal bought that couple, and the female is a tail hanger, and she prolapsed too many times and died. Great. And the male died. I don't know the circumstances, but the male died too.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about to put the mosaic with that albino female, but we didn't have time to do that because she died. Mm-hmm. And I think the albino project is almost haunted or something like that. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, Marshall hit 1 and then it died.
I think Marshall produced at least two albinos, and both died.
Is the albino all in Marshall's hands right now? If anything were to come in the States, albino wise, would it be from Marshall, or am I wrong, Dave? Or
I have possible hets. I have a female right now that I think is gravid. And I bred
to a het male.
Bred to a possible het male. So she's a 50% possible het, and he's a 66% possible het. So we'll see. Some people think that there's a problem with the gene. But if you think about all the crazy chondros that have been bred over the years and how many die, I mean, we sell clutches of these things, and most of them are never going to breed. So I think when you're starting with a pool that's so small, I'm not surprised that there aren't more. So to answer your question, MJ, there are some possible hets out there. I think Marshall is the only person that has 100% hets.
Probably. We have more lineages that can be possible hets. The dark Sidious animals can be possible hets, since Sidious father, the Merauke outcross male, my hobbit, can have been a possible het too. He came from the Merauke line that produces the albinos from the barkers. So everything can happen. There's a bunch of animals from that lineage alive. Maybe one of them can be het for albino too. Everything is possible. I don't know.
Has anyone anyone that you guys know of had a pair or adult albino green tree python in the United States, like an adult? Who?
Damon Salaces. He's the one that's how they discovered. So the Barkers brought in these geo-documented, like true locality Marukis back when they were really rare. Like people paid big bucks for Marukis back then. The Barkers did. They brought them in.
Yep.
And Damon got them. And because there were so few, all he had was like siblings, right? He just got like a couple from a clutch. And so because he bred them together. And because they were sibs and they were both carriers, he got an albino. And he grew that animal up to an adult. And
never breeds.
never bred it or anything. But
okay,
anyway,
wow. So again, this leaks to something possibly being wrong with albinos, maybe.
Maybe
that's how they discovered it. No, and then everybody else that had members of that clutch then
Yep.
was I may have the gene too. And Trooper had it, and he produced one, and then Marshall chased it out.
Yep.
So Marshall ruined it for everyone.
He just discovered he
because
found out that he had it. But man, what a long game! You had to breed it and all that shit.
Yeah.
Versace, the male from Marshall, is a full sibling to the Meraki outcross male that produce Darth Sidious and Ella Diablo and all that amazing animals. So the Legion, it's the same bloodline, exactly the same bloodline.
Talk about a prolific, long-lived male.
Yeah.
No joke.
Dude, he's
18 years old, still locking up and looking
he's
young.
still piping down, man. God bless Versace, bro. What a fuck. You want to talk about a legend, a living.
It's probably the most prolific male ever that I know.
Yeah. Does any of
Probably.
any of you guys have a male like that going for you? I know we all know Jaeger, so shout out to Jaeger. We all know Jaeger's on his way.
Jaeger's close. Jaeger's, I think, 17 years old, and
yeah, bro, that's crazy.
Produced 2 clutches for the last several years, and I don't know. He's produced more than 10 clutches.
What about you, Dave? What's your oldest male going at it right now?
My oldest male, he's almost 16.
And Garrick?
I have a female turning 20, and Blue Moon is turning 19.
And Blue Moon's a dude?
Yeah, my male Womena.
Damn, bro. And then what about you, John?
I still have Soul Train, who's a 2007, so whatever that makes him.
I can't even count that high.
Huh?
I can't even count that high.
I'd have to, yeah. But
15, 16. Sorry. Fuck.
He would breed, but I just have younger males that I like more now.
And it's cool to have that option, but man, I don't know. I always feel like the mature ones just get that shit done. I mean, but there
is something to be said for that. A good 7, 8, 10-year-old male, man, those 3 or 4-year-old males, they can be
what's the youngest you're tossing a male in there with the success that you want?
I, up until this year, had never had any luck out of any male under 4 years old. And really, Wrangler kicked in for me at 4, but really all of my best males were in that 7 to 10 range. They were just these older males that were just so trustworthy.
Yeah.
But this year I paired a male and he bred at 39 months old, and the female is gravid right now, and she'll lay and her eggs will hatch before he even turns 4. And that will be the youngest male I've ever bred.
And did he give you signs that he wanted to breed, or you just went for it?
He was just like, it was frostbite. So I was like, well, I have older males and I will default to them if I have to, but I'll just put him in and see what he does. And he just locked her up. And I was like, oh shit. All right.
I've had multiple 3-year-old males breed, including the Sickness bred.
Yeah, well, I know you have, Bill. Hell yeah.
And 3 of his male siblings bred when they were male offspring bred when they were 3. So.
Now Vita, however you pronounce it, he bred a male off that Baldur
Ria.
Yeah, he bred that male, a male off of that snake at 18 months old. Now you would have to believe he had to feed that snake pretty heavy to get one to breed at 18 months old. But it just goes to show you that
doing ball python on
there, and they're big enough, they'll do it.
Mosaic produced the first clutch with 2.5 years old.
Wow.
2.5.
Yeah, because I bought Mosaic as a female and I fed the animal as a female, so it's a pretty big male.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Mr. Blue bred his mom at 3 years old. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes, I remember that too.
Joe
And in fact,
Montini
the
had
babies hatched while he was still 3 years old.
I think Joe Montini bred one at 1.5, if I'm not mistaken, too.
Wow.
And when I say 3, I really mean 3.5. The males were 3.5 when I bred them because hatch in the spring, breed them in the winter. They're 3.5.
Right. Now, anything behind that you think, Bill, that why you had success with such younger males?
Not really. Not that I can think of. I just gave them a chance. They weren't, cruising, or I just fed them like everybody else, and I just kind of prayed, maybe.
Okay, now listen, guys. I know there's a lot of like rule of thumb out there for like leave the male in there until you see an ovulation or whatever, right? Like if there's no point to pull the male, just leave them in there. I feel like at some point, if there's no action, a break would fucking kind of do some sort of benefit, like because there's something complacent going on, I feel like, or whatever. But either switching a male out or putting another male in, or at least taking that couple and parting them might help in a sense, right? Or has any of you just left a pair in there for fucking all year and then boom, they just started breeding?
I've never done that. No, if they're not interested in the first few days, I separate them and
Me too.
maybe try in a couple weeks, try in a month, try a different male.
What about action to no action?
I pull them.
Pull them.
Yeah, pull them. I mean, if they're locking up every night, I'll leave them in there for a month. But
Right.
if they separate and they haven't done anything for several days, then I pull them.
And then at what point would you attempt to pair them back up again?
Well, I don't know. No cookbook recipe. Maybe a week later.
And typically, if they breed like hard for like a week and then they stop and then you pull them, by the time you put them back in, sometimes those are just done. The male won't show her much interest. And while she's not showing yet, in the subsequent weeks, you're like, well, there it is.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't show her any interest anymore. She's just done.
That's a great point. I've noticed that, and I've had one and dones.
Yes, that's
one
it.
and done. I've had a clutch where I put a male in, almost on mistake. I said, "Oh wait, I didn't want to breed him till the next month," so I pulled him out the next day. They never were together again. I never saw them lock, and she, laid a nice clutch.
Yeah, there's typically a big wave of heavy breeding, and it's over.
One of the biggest.
I think the males know when the job is done.
Yeah,
honestly,
they're over it. They get over it from what
Either that
I
or the female tells them, stay away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One or the other.
I've seen that. I mean, now, how many times have you seen a male go to a female and the female just wants nothing to do with the male?
Quite often.
I just had that recently where I see the male trying and she's like getting away from him. Like she'll go to the other side and perch, or he'll just go all over her and she's just very tight and she's not giving anything up. And I'm like, well, fuck, is that a sign of her not like there's nothing going on and he's just horny? Or is it like Patrick says, possible compatibility issue? Which, hold on, let's be honest. I love Patrick, but how many people think compatibility is even an issue thing in here?
I have the same opinion. I have had females that don't accept one male and I put another one and they breed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael, I send you some photos.
Would you say?
I think you're going to like to see that on Messenger.
I have some I've had females that the females weren't receptive. And again, you're thinking like, well, maybe it's just not, the timing's not right. So you just keep trying and you just keep trying and they never, it's like, well, I mean, eventually. And so I asked Marshall about it and he suggested to me to remove the perch. Like the male was trying hard and the female was running and wouldn't let him. And so I removed the perch, which just lets them get down on the ground like black snakes or corn snakes or whatever and just lock like that. And the male was able to get her. And Anders sent me his female Amber, which was an Insanity line female, what we were talking about earlier. And I couldn't get Banjo to get her locked up, and I removed the perch. And he locked her up twice, and and she went on and produced a clutch. Yeah. And so anyway, I call that move the Mendez, which has a nice sleazy sound to it.
Mendez.
It's almost like
the dirty Mendez.
Yeah, I was gonna say something like Dirty Sanchez.
The dirty Mendez.
So I'm like, when people are like, what should I do? I'm like, man, you got to pull the Mendez on her, dude.
I remember to visit. I remember to visit, I think, Mark Spataro back in 2010 or something like that. And he told me that some pairs didn't work, and he put the animals on a box, put the animals on the truck, and go for a ride on the mountains, and the animals bred on that day. I don't know if it makes any sense, but he swears that it's true. So I think there's a lot of techniques to put them to fuck. I don't know.
Hey, look at this young kid right here. Hey, what's Chondro Fest? Never heard of it.
It's back in the day. I met John Irby on that Chondro Fest.
I have that T-shirt.
I want that shirt.
Yeah.
You still have that shirt, Pedro?
Sorry?
You still have that shirt?
For sure. And I have a red one signed by all of the guys in there.
Damn. So what? So explain these pictures you sent me real quick, Pedro.
This is Midas, the albino male, bred by Trooper Walsh.
That's an adult albino.
That's an adult albino male. Yep.
Holy shit. That is
I took those photos at Greg Stephens back in 2013, and I send you a photo of the male that Patrick is talking about from the pair. That one exactly.
That thing is sick, bro. This is
yep.
God, I love this thing, bro.
It's the Prada Manaquari male that Patrick is talking about.
So this male died? Is this the one that passed away, or what's the deal? What happened with this male?
Well, I think all the animals in Greg Stephens' collection died at some point. I don't know because I lost the connection with him. He's not on the social media, and I honestly don't know what happened to the animals.
Is Greg Stephens from the United States? Who's Greg Stephens? Someone fill me in.
Yes, from the United States.
How does nobody have tabs on him? Nobody has tabs on. Where's Patrick? Nobody has.
So
tabs.
I think he lives in Maryland, and those.
Yes,
Midas
he lives in Maryland.
Midas was in Rico's care, and that last snake you just showed was produced by Rico and in his care, but Rico got cancer.
And Midas is at Rico's too. When Rico's got sick, he sent animals to some trustworthy persons, and he sent a bunch of animals to Greg Stephens.
And then
Greg Stephens was a very, very large facility.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
He was a pretty prominent breeder back in, but when some of those animals moved around, all of a sudden something swept through his collection, and
I think something
wiped out most of his shit.
Some bad breeding Lowens back in the day, and
may have been Nido.
I don't think it's Nido, but
what do you think it is, Pedro? Tell us.
I don't know, but it's not the symptoms of Nido.
Crypto,
honestly, probably.
Were they puking?
Or some strange bacteria. I don't know.
What are some of these? Like, okay, there's IBD, right? Which does IBD float around in chondros? Can they?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay, but what? I mean, because I had Nick Mutton on the show, and he was just kind of going in on how so many people are fucking hung up around Nido when there's other things other than Nido that we should be really concerned about. And I'm just kind of, it's as scary as it is to talk about this shit. I still want to talk about it. And I want to know what
Nido is like a walk in the park compared to some other stuff, honestly.
Yeah, that's what Ryan Young always says.
Yeah.
But IBD would be a little bit easier to manage because your snakes would die right away. Like Nido,
exactly.
Nido can stay hidden. That's kind of the problem.
Yeah. And some animals are positive for Nido and have a pretty nice life and can produce babies, and the babies are not positive. Yeah. And they can never show any kind of symptoms during their lives. And be positive.
Yeah. I mean, Dave, your collection is pretty closed off, right?
I I said I wasn't going to buy any new snakes this year, and I bought 11 snakes this year.
So it's semi-closed.
Nice.
But only 2 are chondros.
Okay, I got to hear. What are the rest?
I got 5 Sanzinia. I got 4 Bolins.
Wow.
And 2 Highland Scrubs from James Opdahl.
Damn, you weren't playing, buddy. Okay. And what's your quarantine method for snakes like that? What's going on with that?
I swab them for Nido, and then I keep them separate. I take care of them separately. I think the swabbing is more important than the quarantine. I mean, when you unbox them, you want to make sure they don't have mites.
Right.
But other than that, you need to test them to make sure they don't have a virus.
I think fecal tests are pretty important too, especially for crypto.
I mean, do you checking for that stuff too, Dave, or just Nido?
No, I haven't tested any snakes for crypto.
I've never tested a chondro or any snake for that matter for crypto.
I think crypto can be a lot more destructive than Nido or any kind of other stuff.
Is the crypto course relatively fast though? I mean, if it's in,
Oh, yeah, because they can't digest, they puke.
The crypto can be detected with a PCR. It's not a big deal.
Pedro, you've heard of pythons dying from crypto?
I've heard.
Okay.
I've heard.
I haven't heard that. I've heard of different lizards and emerald tree boas regurgitating.
Yeah, I think Tony Nicolai have had some issues with crypto, but in emerald tree boas or basins, I think so.
Both. But anyways, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, because I feel like what's heard more as far as what's floating around in any chondro in the United States, it's more Nido. I don't really hear of any crypto cases like Dave was saying, but I don't know. It's all case by case, I guess.
You can control crypto. It's all about control your cross contamination, because crypto is contagious by fecal and other kind of fluids. The animals need to be together to spread that, or you need to have a very bad keeping method to spread that.
Yeah. Well, Dave, even when your stuff clears quarantine and it hits your main room, like how often, or not how often, but what's some biosecurities that you do in between your snakes? Like the Bolins are with the chondros, everything's in one room, right?
Yeah, I keep my babies separately, and I work them. Since COVID, I've been working from home, so now I've started showering in the evenings. So I'll shower, and then I'll go feed the babies, and then when I wake up, I'll go in there and see if any of them shit. So I'm always clean before I fuck with them, and then after that, I take care of my other snakes. And as far as cross contamination with my other snakes, I go through a shitload of gloves, and I use a separate set of tongs for every snake, and I feed them from smallest to biggest.
I have a set of tongues for every animal too.
I don't wear gloves. Not gonna lie to you.
I don't like gloves too, but I wash my
hands
hands like crazy every time I get in the reptile room.
I get that green Dawn soap, the antibacterial, and I use the shit out of that.
I use a lot.
I use that too.
I use that too.
Yeah, but
and I don't use a lot of gloves, but I use a lot of hand sanitizer. My hand is hand sanitized between every animal.
I'll never forget when I first started, I used gloves for no reason. I just thought it was sick. And now I just can't stand to fucking wear them.
I remember to be at the barn with Christian Stewart and remember to think about that. This guy is crazy, man. This guy is washing their hands like 100 times every hour. But it has a point, and that's why I respect Christian so much. He has an almost perfect keeping method, and I took a lot of ideas when I visit him back in the day. I think John is used to Christian's method too, and washing hands. It's a thing on that days.
We can admit that the Chondro world is definitely for OCD clean people. If you're an OCD tight-knit person, you're gonna love this game. But what I do love about the Chondro is it exposes the dirty, nasty motherfuckers, like the lazy people. Because let's be honest, if you're lazy or if you're that type of person, you ain't gonna do well in this. It's gonna catch up very quickly. This is attention to detail type of fucking animal that we're taking care of here, and they just don't do well in nasty settings. And I've seen it firsthand. I've seen some people who just literally will just not treat this animal as I don't know. Fuck, Bill. What am I saying right now, dude?
Dave tells a good story, which we wouldn't mention the person's name, but he tells a story of like going to visit. Yeah, right. Of visiting somebody, and the guy like opened the tub, and the Chondro had defecated in the water bowl, and he just slings it out, puts more water in it, sets it right back in.
Oh my god!
And I think Dave was there buying a snake.
No, I wasn't buying that snake, and it wasn't a Chondro.
Oh,
I don't know if that guy just forgot what he was doing, but yeah, I couldn't believe he used the same ball after it had a big turd in it.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I mean, but that's real. Like that's real life shit. Some people do that. Crazy. It's beyond me. You know what I'm saying?
I have seen guys keeping animals with some substract on the shit, not some shit on the substract. So everything is possible, man.
Oh my god.
This is literally true.
Yeah. Okay, listen, since I have you guys all on the show right now, you guys obviously all sell fucking high-end shit. I mean, at some point, if somebody wants to fucking drop a big bag with you guys have that snake for it. But I want to talk about something right now, because obviously if somebody wants to come spend this kind of money with you guys, and let's just say it's legit, and let's just say it's even a returning customer, you want the best for this person, I would assume, right? Like they're dropping a shit ton of money with you, right? So obviously I feel like if I was in that position, I want to give my best advice to that person. And I know we all know that there's certain things that you could get away with being a first-time Chondro keeper buying a neonate, right? Like you could go ahead and get a 12-inch by 12-inch by 12-inch focus cube and put that neonate in there and give it a light, give it all it needs, and it could work, right, Bill? That could work, right, Bill?
I've seen it work, yeah.
Right? But what is the preferred method? Like, let's just say this is something that you would like, because at the end of the day, a customer wants the best advice, right? And we want to give the best advice, or the more like safest route to take when it comes to you buying your. And let's be honest, people are just they're jumping straight to the fucking $5,000-$6,000 neonate. Fucking first neonate, I'm dropping $6K. So, what's your guys' preferred method on keeping a neonate, being a first-time green tree python guy, and you're going to be spending this kind of money? And whoever wants to go first, please.
Well, you addressed me in the focus cube because we've had a little bit
of that talk. Yes,
we've had the conversation, and I've seen it. I've seen them happen, and I've seen the animal do well. But what I would recommend is putting it in exactly the same setup that I have it in, or as close to as you can duplicate that as possible, at least initially, and then transition it into whatever is that you want to put it in. I mean, that would be my recommendation. Again, I always advise against doing a bioactive setup, mostly because I have no experience with it. In fact, if somebody tells me they're going to put one of my Neos in a bioactive setup, as soon as I send it, I tell them I won't send it. Now, if they want to put it in a clean setup and then transition it into a bioactive within, a month or 2 months or 3 months or whatever, then that's on them. But I really want them to try to recreate what I have it in.
You can sell a baby to a guy that is going to put that on a bioactive enclosure.
I've had people that that say they want to buy it and put it in a Exoterra with bioactive, and I won't sell it. I mean, the good thing about really at least most of us, and really anybody that sells captive bred green trees and offers good customer support, is we have the luxury of vetting our buyers a little bit, right? I
Right.
mean, if a buyer comes across as being somebody that I don't want to care for my animal, then I just don't sell it to them. It's not hard, because it's only if I do, it's only going to come back to hurt me. Because if the animal does not transition well, then I take responsibility for it. So it better be put up in a setup that I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, and before we get to the next guy on this, I always think that just because look how people are quick to blame the seller when things don't go their way after you've clearly told them and suggested ways they need to do. Like we've all seen it. We've all seen where the person that is buying the snake got all the best advice in the world, but still chose to do what they wanted to do, and it didn't work out. And now it's the seller's a piece of shit for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Luckily, I have experienced very little of that because I won't send it.
Now, what about you, Garrick? What's like, I mean, my buddy Mauricio, there's quite a bit of people that you've sold like some of their very first expensive snakes to. And by the way, all doing well. But I'm just curious, like, what do you like to tell your first inquiring customer when it comes to something high end?
Well, usually if someone's willing to pay pretty high prices for a snake, they're not going to shy away from spending a little bit of extra cash to get a good thermostat, to get a good enclosure. I mean, usually you don't have to do much, but every now and then, I mean, I had a friend who was a car salesman, and he had a saying, it was buyers are liars. So I try and ask like the people, like, are you going to be flexible with this? Like if maybe you don't like something like that, I tell you, like, let's say, try it out with the tub or use these temperatures. Are you going to be flexible? That's pretty important, that someone doesn't put their own pride in front of the well-being of the animal. And again, this isn't to say that we know 100% what's best for the animal, but if the majority of the community seems to be having a fair amount of success with these methods, it might be in your best interest to put your pride aside and, kind of just listen to what the breeder is telling you. Oftentimes, I have an information page on my website where it's a very general kind of intro into chondros and how to keep a baby. But for the most part, just you have to keep it clean. I would say the setup that can best support that, that's going to be the one that takes you the furthest, is the one where it's the easiest for you to access and clean. Having a sterile environment, clean, fresh water, those are very important. Same with, of course, good food quality and things like that, and a routine for the most part.
And John, with you, man, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what has been your experience taking on new keepers and just kind of having to give them proper one-on-one steps getting into it?
I think that a lot of new keepers, they get excited. They want to handle the snakes. I try to advise against that.
Dude, Jesus.
I don't know, man. I've had a lot of people, message me with some pictures of some crazy shit after sending them a snake, and they're like, look at how it's doing, or I had someone recently, they said they got him out of the box, and they wanted to keep him out of the box keep him out of his tub for a little while to let him warm up before. And I was like, well, just let him do that in the tub. And so, I mean, this is a snake right out of the deli cup, right out of the shipping container, being held. And, I mean, they're just excited. So anyway, I do the best I can to like preemptively share some of that stuff and check on that. Oftentimes, though, I'm selling to people that I just know already have snakes. So I guess sometimes it doesn't need to be said. I've also had some snakes that I've sold as well as snakes that I've bought. And that's why I know it's not a keeper thing. A lot of times it just shut down. They just kind of get stressed and won't eat for the new keeper. And there has been some people that have been like, it's technique. And I'm like, well, no, I mean, you're not beating that snake. You're not tease feeding it any longer. And so if the setup is right, sometimes it's just a stress thing. And the answer to stress is the opposite of stress, right? It's a calm environment. There's not like tricks and chicken livers and broth. And maybe you can get to that stuff, and maybe that'll turn them around. But oftentimes, it's just being cold-blooded enough to close that tub and
leave it the fuck alone. Just leave it alone.
No matter. And as Buddy would say, what I say earlier, if it ate before, it'll eat again, right? If the snake's a yearling, I didn't force feed it to get it to that size, right? By definition, by default, like it ate to get to the 100 grams. And so if it's just not eating for you, we just need to leave it alone. And so I even bought a snake, actually one I got from Dave, Mercury, right? And that snake. So I've had some snakes stress me out and not eat for a while. And through time, I just care less, right? I mean, I care about them, but my experience allows me to leave them alone and not worry about it. And so anyway, what I was getting to is I've even gone to the point of taking the paper, like the little paper towel, and folding that up and sticking it in a Ziploc bag and shipping it with a snake and saying, lay that out in the tub of the snake. I've heard other keepers do. I don't do it all the time anymore. I forget to do it sometimes. But anyway, just to make their tub smell like what they were keeping it. So like the day or two before I ship, I clean. That way I'm shipping them a very clean paper towel and just stick it in there a day before so that it smells like their tub. But man, it's got to be something like that. It's got to be the scents and the sounds and the rhythm of that new house shuts them down. And I've had snakes that I've shipped to people that shut down for them, and they ship it back to me. And Dave's had this happen too. Reluctantly take a snake back, eat the first night it's back with me.
Yeah.
And put a few more meals in it and be like, well, 6 months from now, I'll just ship it back to you. Yeah. And of course, the snake's a little sturdier. And and then that time it's like DEFCON 4. I'm like, oh, we're shipping the paper towel. We're shipping fucking everything because I just don't want the snake back. And I want them to have a good experience, partly because I want the money and I want them to be happy and I want them to enjoy their chondro and go on their way. And so I'm really doing everything I can for them to have a great experience for my benefit and for theirs.
Yeah, man. And Dave, obviously you've taken on, I mean, from what I know, some people that have gotten their very first investment snake or whatnot. And any advice you like to give your first keepers or whatnot?
I would just echo what Bill said and try and recreate the setup exactly as it was at the breeder's house. But I think people hear that and they think, oh, you had it in a tub, I'm going to put it in a tub. This year I sold a couple. Let me think here. Well, one person put it in a Cambro tub and that snake didn't want to eat.
Right.
And he got it going by covering the front of the tub with
make it more dark
with paper. Yeah, he made it dark, but it was a bigger tub than what I had it in, and it wasn't clear. And then a couple other people put them in cages, and one of the snakes, he sent me a picture. These snakes look like they're dying because they're so stressed, but it had its tail wrapped around the perch, and then its body was limp on the floor.
Oh,
and he covered the cage, and it perched normally, and then it ate. And then there was another one where the guy had a light. He put it in a cage too, and he had a light on it. He sent me a picture of it perched all fucked up.
The light,
yeah. I just said, you need to turn the light off. That thing is stressed. There's nothing wrong with it. And once he did that, it was fine.
Yeah, you know what? And obviously, Pedro, I was asking you just earlier about the lights being on. And I could just be thinking this out loud too. I think this shit's unnecessary. I really do. I think that this bright light on my snake, I think if anything, they're like,
I don't used to let the lights on so late.
Right. In general, I don't think they fucking need it, period. I think if the lights are on, it's because we want it on and we want to look at our snakes. But I know a lot of people that have snakes like this in basements and they don't see a fucking inch of light whatsoever. Maybe a little bit from the room light being on. But I just feel like maybe overexposure could be something that could be less is more a little bit, you know?
Yeah. There's some old school guys that don't use any kind of lights on the control room.
Or emeralds.
I can remember of Robert Warrell. I've talked with Robert several times.
What happened to that guy? Hold on. Can we talk about that guy real quick? Because I heard he was a little off the deep end. And then I remember like at one point, I think Forrest. Oh, yes. Now that I remember, when we first started on Filter, we were going crazy about wanting to bring people on. And he was really He was the one who said yes or no, obviously, and he didn't want that guy on. But I was like, wait, this guy posts a lot of stuff, and then he disappeared. But then I heard like from other people, like, yeah, this guy was weird. What happened to that guy? Does anyone know? I'm curious.
I don't know, honestly.
Nobody
think he
knows.
had gout, if I'm
He
not
had health
wrong.
problems.
Yeah.
But he used to have some health issues. I don't know what happened.
But what's his story though? Like he had some legit like lineages that he had going on, or why was he like relevant to Chondro's period? I'm just curious.
He starts some things that are still on, you know, and he produced some pretty strong animals and some amazing lines. He only produces probably 90% that Robert produces is yellow neonates.
Yeah, yellow.
Oh.
You know,
And
John,
he have had
stuff. That's all Morel blood.
Yep. I think the only two guys that I know that are working with the Robert Royal lines are John Leckie and probably Mark Hager.
Oh.
With the Black Pearl line, and
Matt
John
Morris.
Leckie,
Matt Morris too, yeah.
Matt Morris.
Probably. John Leckie is working with all kinds of stuff that Robert Royal produces. And he's producing some high melanistic animals from yellow neonates. Some really nice stuff. But let me go back. Robert claimed a lot of times that chondros don't like to have light.
Oh, okay. Well,
And he used to have the animals in a basement with no lights at all.
Right, and he's not the only one that, from what I've heard, like people keep animals in their reptiles in basements. Like I said, Ed Marino's one of them. Ed Marino has over 150 basins in a basement, and only has one light when he turns the light on in the room. So
you too, John. You keep it.
Dave. Oh, you're pointing at me. Yeah,
Dave,
but I have windows
in the world. They're in the dark.
I have windows, and my cages are white. They have white interiors, so it's not
what
like
does that mean? So what, the white gives light automatically is what you're saying?
Yeah, if your cages were black, you wouldn't be able to see shit in there.
Oh, that's true. Holy shit. Wow. So that's overkill is what you're saying behind me.
No, it looks good, but I would turn the lights off when you're not looking at them.
Listen, they're only on for like 3 hours a day now. I don't fucking do this shit all. Dude, I was having this shit on like 12 hours a day because I just thought it was necessary, but I don't think it's necessary. And I don't want to say the Robert guy is like 100% accurate, but let's be honest. A lot of these are shaded for the most part, or they're trying to be hidden. I don't think a lot of these snakes in the wild are trying to expose themselves.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's the case.
Bill, do you run cage lights or no?
I have lights in every cage, but I only turn them on when I'm in the room or when I have people in the room. Now I run room lights on a timer, and I light cycle my animals during breeding, but the actual cage lights are not on unless I'm in there working or showing people animals or whatever.
Do you, Garrick?
No, I don't have any light. I don't even build them in my cages. I have large windows and I have a lot of lights in the room, but no, I don't like light cycling.
I'm insecure now. I turn them off.
I'm having them on. Kind of like how Dave said earlier. I shipped out a snake, and when they keep the lights on, oftentimes, especially during that stress period, they might not want to eat anymore just from that extra light alone.
Oh, for sure.
In fact, I'll actually take it a step further. Oftentimes when you have a rack that faces direct sunlight or a window, it can cause problems.
Yeah. I mean, directly, you're right. Like let's just say I had a sun coming in this way, blasting all that could be a problem.
Yeah.
But I actually have a window that's behind the cages, and guess what? That majority of their cages are blocked, and only comes through the cracks. But that's why I feel like even that kind of daylight is just enough. I don't feel like they don't need a lot. And like any snake, I feel like they don't want to be messed with. I think snakes, for the most part, want to be not seen. They want to be like ninjas and just kind of do their thing. They're not fucking dogs. Dogs want to be seen, obviously. Dogs want to come hang out with you. Snakes don't want to hang out with people, I don't think. correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I mean, I pay attention. They just don't seem like they care.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'm just saying less is more sometimes. And that's why another big thing that I think like people run into when they're first time getting their chondro is like first and foremost overhandling it, but just really not understanding the conditions of the room. Because you do have a lot of people that just say, fuck, I'm going to keep this in my bedroom. And their bedroom's what ambient usually, like what, low 70s or, you know, something where you don't have this snake in a typical snake room. You have it in a living condition. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of things really, you have to really kind of take into consideration a lot of where this person's keeping their animal, how they're keeping it, and whatnot. Because I had somebody tell me they did everything right, but they forgot to tell me that they put it right underneath the AC unit. So I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. Like this thing had AC blasting on top of it the whole time. Like, so I don't know. What are you going to do?
Another thing that I've encountered, I don't know if you guys have, and I don't even know what my position is on this, but some people like to feed their new snake the same day they get it. And they think that if they feed it that the same day they get it, they can get it feeling comfortable before it has an opportunity to be stressed. And
I like doing that. I'm not gonna lie.
You do that?
No, well, it just okay. Mainly it was for imports. It was mainly when I got like a undocumented fucking snake from whoever in Florida, and I'm like, holy shit, what am I working with? I want to know right away what kind of snake this is. So I used to always want to hurry up and get a meal. Like I'm talking about a snake that has no cue card or like no cards, like no, I don't know when the last meal it was or anything. So typically I used to always want to make sure this snake was a good eater and see what I was up against. But like something like Bill, I ain't no rush or anything like that. Like I go based off what he tells me the last time it ate, and that's all I do.
But for the imports, it would actually make sense though, because you're about to give it antiparasitics, you know, antibiotics. You want food in its belly.
So that's why, Dave, I used to like always want to do that. But like I said, you know, getting shit from Bill, Sock, and other people where it's on a schedule, I always go off the schedule it's on, period. I don't care anything else, you know. But yeah, that's, I mean, what were you gonna say? Like, what's your take on that? Like, do you feel like that's a,
I don't know if it's not something I've done. It might work. It's hard to tell whether it's a good idea or not because you aren't able to recreate that experiment with the same snake. I don't think anyone who's done that has had any problems, at least that I've been aware of. But it is a thing that some people do. Yeah.
And like I said, you know, I would say I have so much to give to the import game because 80% what's behind me and what's been in my collection thriving for 6+ years were imports, you know. And so I always stuck to what I felt like worked for me. And, you know, obviously with imports, you don't know what the fuck you're dealing with. Like it's a huge goddamn roll. You're rolling the dice, you know. And obviously the guy too I was getting with, I was like, oh my God, you never know. And so me, I always want to know right off the bat, what am I really dealing with? And I always, you know, always thought getting a meal in it first would be the first and foremost check mark you want to go ahead and get checked, right? But I always have, you know, first, there's a lot of things you have to worry about with imports, and but I would say with any snake, right? Like I would say the first thing more important than getting a meal in a snake that you just get in is what? Make sure it drinks, get it hydrated. Like that's what you want, is to make sure the fucking snake is hydrated. And I can't tell you how many snakes, if not 10 out of 10, if I soak them straight out of a box, they go straight to drinking. I don't soak a neonate. I just don't, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to a bigger snake, like a ball python or even a bigger chondro or anything, it doesn't matter. I soak them in water and I see them drink immediately. Because I know shipping, I don't care if it's up the coast, shipping stresses a snake out for sure. It causes stress. And normally drinking is the first thing a snake wants to do when it comes out of a box, based off what I can tell. I don't know. So I think hydration is more important than getting food in it.
Guys, I'm going to take this opportunity to bow out and leave the
mayor, dude.
Lucky Five standing. This is MJ knows this is a vending weekend for me. I'm vending a local expo this weekend, so I'm going to bow out, spend a little time with the fam, and rest up for tomorrow's activities.
Bill, you're the man, bro. Thank you so much for hanging out and being with us. And it wouldn't have been the same without you. So thank you so much, Bill Stegall, ladies and gentlemen.
I appreciate
you, Bill.
I appreciate all you guys. Like Patrick said, I don't have a nice speech prepared, but I appreciate all you guys. Respect all you guys. and was so excited to be invited to participate in this event tonight. Thank you, MJ.
All right, buddy. Have a good night, Bill.
All right.
Bye, bye, man.
Take me, brother.
All right, guys. You got to admit, okay, Texas always claims to be the biggest and baddest. They're the first one to tap out. What do you know? Come on, dude. Texas Chondro community. I don't know, man. The tough ones are here. Bill and Patrick, first ones to dip. What are you gonna do? What do you guys feel about that? You guys feel like Texas, the majority of chondros keepers are in Texas, from what you guys can see? Because they do got a lot.
Maryland was the mecca for a while.
Yeah, I think so too.
But it broke up.
Yeah.
Because Maryland had the ICAST, right? Wasn't there a certain, or wasn't there some sort of gathering, a chondro gathering in Maryland?
That was only one time. But that's why they had it there, because there were so many chondro people there.
Right. Now, I mean, overall, do you feel like chondro community is growing faster than you guys would ever say it was growing than you guys could expect? Because here we are in 2023, and I would say this is one of the most sought after animals I'm getting asked for. Every fucking show I do, even if it's a ball python show, people are asking me if I have chondros for sale, where I could get a chondro. But did any of you guys see this leading up to this, this big wave of people wanting to get into the green tree python game?
I think there's a lot of people get in and then get out.
Yeah.
Oh, be more.
Yeah, people are not used to have problems with the animals, and chondros are not the regular corn snake or ball python, and they used to have issues if you're not prepared to deal with this kind of animals. So I think there's a lot of people get in and get out every year.
Right. Now
that's why the community don't grow that bigger.
And then we're saying community as in breeders within the community, not keepers. We're talking about people who are actually coming into the game wanting to breed, aren't really sticking around as long as a lot of people are, is what you're saying, right? Because keeping and breeding could be two different things, obviously. And I feel like you really run into these fucking chondro problems when you get into the breeding aspect of things, not the keeping, because I feel like keeping is very easy. What do you guys have to think about that?
Yeah, 97% of like everyone who gets in has plans to be a breeder one day, So, I mean, nothing wrong with that. It's just, it's pretty much a lot of guys like us, like that are breeding the snakes they got, that are keeping it afloat. We don't really have that mass production of snakes, that happens with other species,
But do you guys, for instance, look at something like, if I'm sure this isn't uncommon. I come to you and I say, listen, I'm going to buy these snakes from you. Here's my money. And I'm going to breed. Like, the first thing I tell you is I want to breed. I'm sure there's something in the back of your head that's kind of like, okay, motherfucker, like, I think you should slow down a little bit. Like, is there, or is it like, hey, God bless, do your thing, like, go for it?
Even better, I would say the more people breeding, the more we really get a chance to kind of
to stand out.
Yeah. Well, there's that, and then
because there's all this like talk about how like, oh my God, people aren't successful, this and that. So I feel like people really get the cojones and say, well, I could fucking do this, and they say, fuck it, I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah, you never know who's going to be successful, so you can't write anyone off unless you see them say or do dumb shit somewhere else, and then you realize they're a moron. But I think your podcast, MJ, is a big reason why the chondro community is growing as fast as it is. That, Facebook, Instagram, but you have a lot of ball python listeners, and they want to branch out into something else. And just hearing that these things aren't as challenging as once thought makes people feel more comfortable dipping a toe.
Yeah, I mean,
and they're cool.
It's the best thing ever. I mean, you
They're
want to talk
fucking
about
cool.
I mean, okay, because listen, like I said, I give everything to the ball pythons because that's what introduced me to all this. And if I really wouldn't be even into the reptile game if it wasn't ball pythons, but nothing hits me emotionally or even spiritually like walking into a room like this versus a rack. Like I get it. Like I have stuff in that rack that makes me money, and oh my god.
I don't know if anybody's had the same experience, but as a little boy looking through a reptile book, and you flip to that like full spread picture of whether it's an adult or a neo of a chondro, and it's just like that's the photo in there that really widens your eyes. You're like, wow.
John, I was talking about like you guys working with animals that people probably like a lot. Definitely, some people will never even get to see in their lifetime, like physically. They can only see it how they see it, right? But what you just said was my moment with the chondro. In the zoo books and shit like that. I have now something that I thought at one point as a child I would have to travel to the jungle to go see. Like I never thought in my life. Never thought in my life I would keep them the way I'm keeping them right now. But that's why I always knew these things were special to me. Like they were the one that drove me. Like I had a feeling once with the ball pythons until I knew this was possible. And then now
I have some snakes now that are outrageous, but that's only the result of sticking with it for a long period of time. But all chondros are precious. They're all special. Like any neonate chondro, when it comes out of the egg and you see it for the first, you're like, man, that's a really special little precious creature.
And it prolapses.
And you can feel the pain. But
even the yellow ones,
they're just special, cool, really nice reptiles. They will always be kind of an elevated, nice reptile. They're never going to be thought of as a junk snake, I don't think.
Okay, yellow or red neo. Okay, light red to maroon red. Fucking yeah. I mean, there's only one shade of yellow, I guess, so I can't really go nowhere there. But dude, the eyes never lie, man. There's something about those neonates' eyes that just fucking you glue to them. You see them, like you said, like when they come out of the egg, right? Even if they're dead or alive, whatever, if their eyes are open, you see those fucking eyes, and it's like, what a special fucking reptile. I'm just saying, you know, something, you know, they don't have eyelids, so even when they're dead, their eyes are still, you can still look at them. And that's what's sad, because you pull this fucking snake out and it's fully developed, and you even poked your head out and you died. Why did you die? Sorry, I just had to get that out. I don't know. This is why I love what we do, though, man. I mean, I haven't even gotten to where you guys have gotten, and I will. I know I will. I'm not worried about it, but I'm just saying, like, I just love these fucking animals, man. But the specific green tree python it's a dream. It's a dream to be working with such a species. And Patrick, go to your girlfriend, bro. Come on. Patrick's blowing me up right now. I'm sure he has a lot of points to prove why we're talking. He probably wants to say something right now. But either way, I do know that I just want people to come into this and stick to it longer versus the typical, like we're saying, people come into it so excited and then they exit out just as quick, you know? So there has to be an approach that more people could take to keep them in the game longer. And I think that approach is be more of a keeper first than a breeder. Don't worry about the breeding shit can happen when you're ready, you know? But if you're buying neonates and you're already thinking of breeding plans, I think that's a problem. I think you should like fucking get it to an adult first. And then let's talk about breeding. But you're telling me your breeding plans in 2028 of this fucking $5,000 neonate, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, what are you keeping it in? Well, keeping it in a fucking focus cube, man. I get it. Shout out to my sponsor, but dude, you have a lot of reflecting to do right now, and I'm only coming from a good place. Like I just don't want people to be the typical statistic of, way to go, asshole. You did not take the advice, and you just did you, boo boo. You did you. Now look.
You know when they are going to make shit when they ask if the animal is a female or a male, and the animal is like 50 grams, you know that guy is going to fucked up.
That for sure. But to what MJ said, you know, I guess there's a lot of truth to what you say, you know, with that. But I would say the best time to think about breeding is when you're buying a baby, in reality, because 4 years from now, that's when you're going to be breeding from it, or 5 years from now. I mean, depending on whatever plan, whatever breeding strategy you have, like color-wise or lineage or whatever it may be, that's the time when you really have to kind of decide what direction you're going to take it in, though. You know,
but like, you know, for instance, like I love plants, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of other people like, you know, plants, but some people can't even keep a plant alive, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's me, but maybe I struggle in that aspect in some departments. But you got to know what you're good at and what you're not good at. So instead of getting, and what I mean by getting ahead of yourself is like, wow, you just bought fucking 6 Neos in the last year, which is cool for you, but these are all specific breeding programs, which you don't even know what's a male, what's a female. You don't even know, like, you just don't know the next step yet. Like, just enjoy it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Like, and I get you. Like, these things, like, if you're gonna collect 6 Neos, be like ready to collect 6 pets possibly, because these are just as great to keep as what they are without breeding if it doesn't ever come to that. I'm just saying, we're in a day and age where people get ahead of themselves, obviously, right? So if you really want longevity in anything, just enjoy the journey is all I'm saying. Like, there's no shortcuts in this. Do shortcuts. Watch what happens. Like, you can't even shortcut the ball python game. When we're talking something where you would think, oh, there has to be shortcuts, but no, you can't even shortcut the ball python game because you look like an idiot. And I've already episodes where there's idiots been exposed. So, and that's why I love what we do, because you can't, it's nothing but longevity. If you don't have longevity a part of the program, it ain't going to work out for you, pal. That's all I'm saying. Like, this isn't like how quick, like, you know, imagine me, Garrick, I spend $5K and I ask you, how soon can I breed this thing?
You'd be shocked at how
I know, that's what I'm saying. You get that, you probably get that a lot, but it's kind of like, okay, sure, 4 years, 3 years, and it's like, cool, you know, like that's my expectations. You can't expect nothing out of this, is all I'm saying. Put expectations on a chondro, watch what happens. You're gonna get demolished. That's all I'm saying.
I think a big part of the problem is people think they like them more than they actually do, and they don't. And that applies to any hobby. Like, you could buy a guitar and think you're going to be the next whoever. You know, people dive in and then they're like, oh, this is a lot of fucking work, or with these snakes, this is going to take forever. I'm not mentally stimulated. They take 4 years to grow up. All I'm doing is cleaning shit and giving them water. It's a grind. And I think all 5 of us are passionate. So we're in it for the long haul, but other people, it's just a fleeting thought.
I mean, if you're in it for the long haul, time flies as it is. I mean, let's be honest, guys. We've known each other for over like 4 years now, and I feel like we just met. Like, I'm Pedro. Pedro was on Unfiltered Reptiles podcast. Okay, what episode was that? I don't fucking know. One of the first few that I've had ever in my podcasting career. Right, Pedro? Remember that?
Probably, yes.
Probably, yes. But I'm just saying, man, when you're in this for the right reasons, which is just like, just here to learn, I want the journey, it flies as it is. That's all I'm saying. And I get it. Excitement's everything. And if I had the money coming into this and I knew who you were, Garrick, Dave, Pedro, fucking John, take my fucking money. I would give you guys a lot of my money. I really would. Without the knowledge too. I really would. I would just fucking give you guys a lot of money because you guys have it like that. You know what I'm saying? But like John was saying, he goes the extra mile to make sure he keeps a customer happy, because yes, it's about the money, but also that customer could be a long life customer, right, John? Like, that could be a customer.
So many of my customers have bought. They come back again. They want me to help them build a collect. You know, once they have a good experience, and you send someone $5,000 or more, and that goes well, it's an easy thing to do again, right? And so, and then they tell their friends, and then whatever. And so and then just be a handful of buyers that are kind of building a collection, and they're buying them from a handful of breeders, which a lot of times are a lot of the people who are sitting here, and they're building. They're getting one from me, and one from Dave, and one from Garrick, and one from Christian, and they're kind of putting together a little group. And so the good breeders kind of get known, and the good buyers get known, and they repeat the process over and over again. And I want them to be happy with me, so I do what it takes to make sure they have a good experience.
Now, I mean, how many of you guys are dealing with?
Hey, I'm gonna jump off, guys.
You out, John?
Yeah, I needed to just shoot that in there real quick for
Pussy.
I was gonna say y'all West Coasters take it from here because y'all are a little earlier, but Pedro, you know, he's just gonna go on into the next day with y'all.
Pedro's beasting out.
I'm on the next day right now. Yeah. It's 1:30 a.m.
Yeah, we're going 20 more minutes or so. But either way, John, listen, go ahead and do your exit.
It's early for all of y'all.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, nice hanging with all y'all and getting to spend some time with y'all. Thanks again for asking me. Of course, always a privilege to just share the passion and instill it into others and do good for our community. So,
all right, man. Have a good night, John.
Yeah, see y'all
later, John.
Have a good night, man. All right, thank you.
Put some respect on Portugal on the West Coast right now because we're the strongest ones hanging out. Shit. No, but guys, listen. I feel like at the end of the day, we could use more people that want that are in this for the longevity part of things. And is Pedro gone now, or what's going on? But
Marcus Chocolate Factory over here.
But what I was gonna ask, man, is like for instance, Garrick, people come to you and say, "Listen, I want to give you money because I want to guarantee blue snake," and if that's something, like, what do you answer something like that to? Like, how do you...
I would no. You know, you can't ever buy from any specific line, especially as a baby or bloodline or whatever, and expect a certain phenotype. You just can't do it. No, it doesn't matter if it's the most potent line or the least potent line. You just can't expect that. The only way you're going to get that for sure is if you buy it when it's like that. In which case, I'm not selling it when it's like that. So,
and Dave, people come to you asking for guarantees at all, or like, you know, if I pay you this much money, is it going to look like this or that?
I only sell changed yearlings, so that helps a little bit. But sometimes people will ask me if they think it's going to keep the black or that sort of thing, and I give them my best guess. But I wouldn't make any guarantees. I don't know how many people would ask something like that. If they did, they're not very knowledgeable.
And that's the thing, that there a lot of new people coming in aren't knowledgeable. Like, so I feel like we're in a place where questions like this are probably going to be getting asked or already getting asked, you know? But like, for instance, I tried to, like, for the most part, can you feel comfortable telling somebody a neonate could look like their mom or dad, or like give them a percentage of what the possibility is to looking like their mom or dad or anything like that? Is that something you feel comfortable with, or no?
No, but like I said, that's the reason why I don't sell neonates, because I have no fucking clue which ones are going to be the best ones or what they're going to look like.
No, Garrick, that could really determine a whole game-changing thing for you too, right? Like, let's just say you held on to a lot of your neonates for like 2 years. Do you feel like there's some meat on the bone that you could have possibly, like, wow, I could have fucking charged way more for this, but I didn't because fuck it, I got rid of it at the smaller stage?
Yeah, but no, at the same time, I mean, I've been lucky and blessed enough to have good sized clutches, you know, and in doing so, I try and pick out the ones that I like the most with specific baby colorations. But in general, yeah, you do end up letting go of some that very obviously appear to be going a certain way, you know. It's even at 2 years old, at a year old, sometimes it happens at from 2 to 3. You never know. You know, you don't really regret it. I'll tell you that for a fact, because A, you have more than enough yourself, and B, it's kind of great, you know, the feeling when you sell an animal and it actually turns out with that desired phenotype. You know, the response you get back is unmeasurable. You know, that's a lifelong friend. That's someone who's gonna really just fall in love with your line as well, or bloodline, or whatever. And no, I don't regret it. You know, like, even if you let go of a stunner or two, you know, even if it's for less, you know, if in that moment that was what works best for you, you can't ever blame the person for winning the lottery if you're selling the ticket, you know?
Yeah. And mind you too, especially when it goes to somebody like a customer you really fuck with, right? Not that you don't fuck with all your customers, but let's be honest. There's some pain in the ass customers out there. All right. There's some customers who spent some money with you who think they can treat you a certain way. And that's when you have to fucking check them. I'm just saying, I've been there. But at the end of the day, like, when that happens to somebody who you feel like it deserves it to go to, you do feel happy about it. But let me just say, Dave's selling for sure lottery tickets.
Yeah.
Dave's selling a ticket where it's like, motherfucker, this is the lottery that's being told on this day, and here are the numbers. And I know that because I've seen the snakes Socrates bought off him. That 1 year he bought those 2 snakes off of you, which was Shadow and Chaos. Is that right? The snakes that he talked about?
Yeah, he got 3 from me.
3. Either way, I'll never forget the amount of money those were. And I couldn't, my jaw hit the ground. And I just, But then I saw those snakes in person, and I'm like, wow. And that's why I keep saying, guys, when you see these snakes in person, changes everything. He's still with us, Portugal. Thank God.
I'm sorry, man. My phone died.
It's okay, bro. You're here. How do you feel, man? Is your sciatica okay?
I'm almost dead, but I'm fine.
Okay, well, listen, like I said, how about you kind of end the night with a topic that you really want to talk about? You know, we have two of the biggest hitters in the US right now with us. So what's a topic you would really like to talk to with us right now, Pedro?
I think I can end with the same question that I made to Patrick.
Go ahead.
Which pairings are your favorites and bloodlines, and why?
You want to go first?
Yeah, you can go first, Garrick.
There are so many of them, and of course, you know, for all of us, probably it's some of the stuff we're doing in house. But aside from that stuff, I would say definitely some of the gems pairings out there, the Prada pairings, Arctic Blue. You know, those were all some really outstanding, and those are really outstanding animals. I mean, and they produce some really stellar looking animals as well, you know, in first generations and even way past that. So those are definitely up there for me.
Awesome.
I think you said Sid Harvest, didn't you, Pedro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite too. I saw them kind of as I was getting into chondros, and there were a couple that went to Europe that were black and yellow.
Yeah, the ones that Doc Martini has.
Yeah, those snakes are crazy. Those are.
I think that it's Parsival, the name of the female.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, that was my favorite clutch. I think it was 18 or 19 babies, and there were some blue ones, some black ones, some that were high yellow.
I think Sean and Christian made a repeat pair. I think they have 2 clutches from that pair.
Oh, okay.
I think so. You have any of that blood in your collection?
Well, I went halvesies with John on a snake, and it has some Sid Harvest blood in it.
Yeah.
The one he named it Swamp Thing. It's kind of brown, which looks like a ball python on a stick, but that's the only Sid Harvest blood I have.
Awesome.
Did you already ask Garrick? You already talked to Garrick about what his did you go first, Garrick? Because I didn't hear you.
Yeah. So
damn, I missed it. Damn, man. Well, listen, my wrap-up topic for all you guys, first and foremost, is if it came down to someone confused about starting with the designer or locality, like just because they hear both, right? Because you have people ask even today in the chats, like, "Oh, do you prefer localities or designers?" Right? And then somebody just doesn't really know what the difference is or what the hell to go with. What would be your guys' answer to that?
I'd say choose what you like. I like localities as much as I like designers. I don't have a single locality chondro though. I just don't have space or time for them. I think if you're into a specific locality, you should get several of them though. I see a lot of people who get a Biak and a Sarong and an Aru, and then they breed them together, and you're just creating generic green snakes. I think there's a misconception that you can breed localities together and get these crazy designers, and maybe you'll win. You'll hit the jackpot. Lightning will strike, and you'll create something wild. But you probably won't.
But what if it's like a really crazy looking locality, like, you know, because you understand there's levels to the localities, right? And a lot of these designers that are the grandfathers to what we have today came from locality pairings, correct? Or no, cross locality pairings, correct? So it really depends what the snake looks like.
I think you have some animals from locality type that are natural designers, if you can call that. Some animals are wild caught, and they have some phenotypes that are more desirable than some bloodlines with several generations bred in captivity. So you can be lucky enough to get a special animal from a locality and start something new, honestly. And Garrick is doing that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I guess my answer to that would be pretty similar, kind of with what Dave said. Is, we as breeders, we got the animals we got because that's what we like. So you make sure you get the animals that you do too. You don't have to pick one or the other. In fact, some of the best pairings are the ones where they combine the best of both worlds. I mean, Clyde Klaus used to have a snake known as Luna. That it was one of the bluest snakes there was, and that was new blue bred back to, I believe, the blue line. And
it's a Mr. Blue Carolina OSI yellow bred to a new blue. It's a hunt of my blue male.
So you know the animal I'm referring to then?
Yes, I know that animal. It's a half tip to Obama too.
Yeah.
It's from Duffman to Shy Girl.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
Just pick what you like. If you're not limited to any one thing. So, just yeah.
Now, for anyone out there like myself, 2017, I came in this shit, I didn't have much money, man, and I loved chondros, and luckily the guy who really didn't take care of a lot of people at that time, but took care of me for some reason, probably because of Forrest. Like he hooked me up, and what I mean by hooked me up, I was able to acquire $500, $700 fucking chondro females, and I just know that wow, like Whoa, what was that, dude?
Sorry.
What the fuck was that? That was so loud. Holy shit. Are they drag race? Is that F1? What's going on right now?
Imagine what it's like over here right now.
You live on a racetrack? I thought a bomb was hitting my house right now, bro. Like
it's a quiet neighborhood, but sometimes you get a 16-year-old with a muffler delete.
Whoop that kid's ass, bro. Oh my god. I don't even know
it's funny. It's funny that Garrick talk about Clyde. I don't know what happened to Clyde's animal after he passed.
Yeah, he passed away, unfortunately. And like, what's crazy? I asked him to come on my show, and he told me to email him, and then I never after that.
You have some very special animals.
Yeah,
I think that black female that he got from Black Cat Canary Biak to Black Cat Canary to Canary Oddball. It's the name, I think.
Mm.
That female is just amazing. I don't even know if we can call that a red neonate or a yellow neonate. It's a very strange neonate. I don't know how to define that, but it's one of the best odds that I have seen in the chondro history happen. And I don't know where's that collection.
Pedro,
right now.
Pedro, you remember that snake Forrest owned? Remember he posted a picture with it on the yellow Nike shoe? It was like a canary or something, or the Kofiau canary. You know what I'm talking about, right, Dave?
Yes, I remember that.
What is it about that snake not being around anymore, or something like that? Something about the canary, or like that yellow Kofiau. True yellow Kofiau is almost impossible.
No, I think you're talking about the pure lemon tree female that Forrest have.
Maybe, yeah, that could be it. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember.
I think that female is probably the last pure lemon tree female around. I don't know what happened to that female, honestly. Maybe Desiree can.
I mean, I know what happened to it. I'm just saying. I'm just wondering why that's the last one. Like, it's because nobody had enough success with it.
Well, the last known breeding of pure lemon trees have been made by Christian Stewart at the barn. And I think there's a pure male lemon tree still around at Buddy Bassemi's house, probably. And I think Buddy have made some crossings with that male. I think that's a lost lineage, and one of my favorites. It's the only lineage that produce yellow babies that I really like, honestly.
Damn.
I think Brooke Bernstone have had a couple, a pair of animals. pure lemon trees too. I don't think he's still around with those animals. And he bred a lot of lemon biaks back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where those animals are right now, honestly.
I think Patrick has one. If I'm
On
not
lemon biak,
I don't know the specifics. I just know it's lemon blood.
I had one of those males, one lemon biak from Brook Birdstone, for something like 6 months, and the animal died with neurological problems.
You don't say.
Really, that's a one of a kind animal. I love that animal, but it's a lost lineage. But we have a lot of animals with that lineage on their blood. All the animals from that have dream blood have lemon tree blood too, because dream only produces with the lemon tree male. Dagon, I think the name of the animal is Dagon. So they have that blood. I have that blood. John have that blood. Christian have that blood, but it's not in a concentration that can produce animals with the phenotype that the lemon tree used to have. So it's, in my opinion, it's a lost.
And what's
bloodline.
unfortunate, man, if it wasn't for these illnesses, and I can't really pinpoint or want to say the pinpoint of the illnesses that wiped out snakes like we're talking about, we'd still have these fucking snakes right now. They'd still be around. Like even the Mosaic bloodline that hit Forrest's collection at one point. I saw that snake. I'll never forget. It was crazy. But it's
that
also
snake that snake features at Barzik podcast.
Barchek's
Or
podcast.
vlog, yeah, at a vlog from Brian.
Yeah.
Because Brian picked the snake with Forrest at the airport or something like that. I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn, shit's crazy, man. But what's crazy is that 4 hours are already fucking. We're about at that 4 hours mark, which is nuts. So we're gonna start with Garrick. Garrick, we had just shy of 120 people tapped in at one point. What do you have to say to everyone who enjoyed this Trapsgiving, but also enjoyed having you be a part of this entire talk of designers on this 4 hour podcast?
Yeah, I mean, I loved it. It was amazing, you know, having all these guys here, and especially most of you guys, you know, you're notoriously good breeders, you know, with some pretty unbelievable animals. So, and that goes to the guys that left the chat too pretty early on. So it was an honor for me as well, you know.
It's always an honor to have you a part of the show, and obviously it ain't gonna be the last show that Garrick's on, because he's a big push for Trap Talk and the passion for the chondros, man. But listen, Garrick, enjoy the rest of your night. Be safe with those fucking drag racers that you live next to. God damn, man. That was scary, bro. But guys, please give it up for the House of Blues. Garrick, GG, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you a lot, man.
All right, bro.
Have a nice evening.
Dave D, not gonna lie, man, you were one of the first names me and Pedro thought of, you know, when it came to who could come down to the platform on this awesome fucking episode. And of course, you came through and killed it. And just want to hear what you have to say to everyone who tapped in tonight, and just really enjoyed you being a part of everything that went down.
I appreciate the invite from you guys. I appreciate all the support from the listeners. We have a pretty niche hobby. Most of the population thinks we're weird, but we're all super excited about these snakes. So it's great to make all these friendships with people who share common interests with me. So it's been a fun ride.
And Dave, for anyone out there who's like, because bro, there's people trying to maneuver their way into getting some Dave D blood into their projects. So anyone out there who wants to be a part of that and wants to be ahead of the curve, how does somebody know what Dave D has available when it's available?
I post it on my website, and before I post things, I'll send out a MailChimp email blast to people who have signed up. And I just trickle things out as I'm ready to sell them.
So email, being part of that email blast is what is most important to that person if they want to get that, right?
Yeah. Then they would know to look at my website.
All right. Well, that link to the website will be in the description below. But what were you gonna
say? If things are on my website for a while, I move them to Morph Market.
Oh, yeah. Do you have snakes currently on Morph Market?
No, I don't.
Okay. I didn't think so. Hey, well, Dave.
I want one of those shade line babies so much, man.
Yeah, me too, Dave.
I love that line too. It's so exclusive and so cool. I lost one male from that line. It's a pain in the ass, but I see your results and it's exactly what I'm expecting for those lines.
Yeah, I forgot when we were talking about Rob Worrell that I had some snakes that came from him indirectly.
Yeah, Shade is one of the best females ever produced, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing female.
Yeah.
Fucking A. Well, Dave, listen, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. I appreciate you so much, guys. And like I said, you can find Dave's information in the description below. But get it from a man, Dave D, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you a lot, man, for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great night, guys.
Have a good night, bro.
Thank you. Have a good night.
We did it, Pedro. We made it. 4 hours, man. We could have maybe went 5, but I need you to get some rest. I feel bad, man. You had a whole day at work. You got sciatica.
A lot. I think we could make 1 more hour if Greg Maxwell didn't leave so early.
It's all good, but I think we got a lot in tonight, man. I think
I bet that guy have a lot of histories to tell.
He is history. That's it. Like, dude, he's the book. What are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? But I do know, Pedro, at some point I am gonna have you back on the show again, because you're an important person when it comes to the green tree pythons in my world, and I'm not the only one. And I know somebody above us looking down is very happy on tonight's episode.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you just standing tall on all your projects and keeping inspiring. But what do you have to say to everyone who tapped in for the entire 4 hours and just really love seeing you tonight?
Come on, guys. Get focused, and shit happens. Don't leave the hobby, because when you think that you know something about chondros, they will put your feet on the ground again. So keep your focused.
Keep your focus, man. And it's coming from a man, Pedro himself. And you could find his information in the description below. And because, Pedro, Tuesday nights, I'm dedicating Tuesday nights to green tree python. So that's how I know you'll be back at some point again very shortly, because we're going to.
I will be happy to talk chondros every day, every hour. And you know that.
The podcasting world needs more Pedro. That's all I got to say, man.
Okay.
Guys, please go follow my man. His information's in the description below. Give it up for my man Pedro, repping Portugal, the Chondro connection, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you a lot, man.
Hey, have a good night, bro. Have a good sleep, all right? Get some rest.
Thank you a lot,
bro.
Thank you a lot, my friend.
Bye-bye. Oh, man, it's a wrap. Trapsgiving 2023 in the books. Appreciate you guys so much. I was going to try to do 5 hours. Dude, I'm ready. Look at me. I'm ready to rock. But no, listen, that was great. We got a lot in. Appreciate anyone who tapped in, no matter where you were around the world. You tapped in tonight. Thank you so much for celebrating with me, the trappers, everyone in the live chats. But man, my man Pedro, bro, do not sleep on my man Pedro, because he's one of my biggest influencers. I would say, he was a big influence to Forrest, and a lot of the things that influenced Forrest influenced me. But everybody a part of this episode, huge influence. I want to say some of my biggest inspirations in the Chondro game was here tonight. Okay. A couple people missing, of course, but it's all good. I just want to let you guys know that the green tree python place is a good place to be, because it's all about the long game. It's all about the learning curves, the owning your failures. You can't be scared to fail in the Chondro game, because you're going to fail, motherfucker. It's how it comes. So either way, if you are one of those people who are determined to be one of these guys that I had on the show tonight, come along with it, man. Let's do it. Chondro game is the best game to be a part of, and fucking mark my words. All right, so guys, if this is your first time hanging out with us, please do me a favor, hit that like button, get the likes up for all these great guests who came on the show and spent their time with us on Trapsgiving, but also help me get to 10,000 subscribers. It's one of my biggest goals of this year, was to get to 10,000 subs. I'm like 1,600 subs away from that. So if this is your first time hanging out, before you leave, hit that subscribe button for me. Really means a lot. Hit that notification bell if you want to be notified for every podcast I drop here. I drop 3 podcasts a week. I do not miss. Okay, Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays are my nights. Monday, new Breeder on the Block series. Tuesdays, All Up in the Tree Tuesdays, dedicated to mainly the green tree pythons. Every Tuesday, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. And then Thursday nights are the main nights. But yeah, appreciate you guys so much. Happy Saturday. Happy Trapsgiving. We did it. 4 hours in the fucking books. Coolest reptile podcast in the world. Craig, ain't no competition in this shit. The trap is fucking taking over. Let's go. Have a good night. Thank you so much to everyone out there who supports me. See you guys at the top. And I'm out.